The trial that has been 3 years. 3 months.
3 whole years in the making.
What have you all done with your 2022? How's it been for you?
Regretted not doing something with my 2021 and 2020.
Coronavirus is still rampant, and it's making it hard, at least in the United States, and it's making it hard to actually, do anything. And
we're all doing our best in 2022.
Bold of you to assume that America will still be around in 2022.
No, the United States is legally what you're only allowed to call the charred remains of land that exist here, or else you will be summarily executed by the drones.
I was gonna say, bye friggin' home. The whole country burned down.
By the ash demons that now live in the ash. No one can come back here and start again. Maybe all the people who were wronged in the existence of this country, but other than that.
The ash demons who control the drones are now the true rulers of this country. How's everyone doing? Apollo Justice!
Woo! We're going to final part of final trial.
Not final trial, no.
Oh, no, final part of this part of case that is second to final case.
Yes, we have one more case left after this.
Yeah, exactly. It's the final part of this trial.
And we are
I'm
tired. I am still kind of sick. My head's pounding. Tooth's hurting a bit. A little loopy. Austin, in a similar boat. Marina, we went over this on the Resident Evil 2 stream. Is a lot. There's a lot.
Anytime I'm upright, it's a fucking miracle.
Yeah.
I'm recovering a bit from a cold as well. So, Austin made me promise not to sing.
Yes.
I might respect that.
Keep in mind, more than likely, anytime anyone references the song in this one, it will be somebody else recalling it. It'll be someone else recalling it.
No.
So if Clavier,
I think I've only got 2 characters, so
if Gavin recalls it, then you know that he's gonna be singing.
You'll just have to make guitar noises. Because he'll just remember it from his perspective.
No, I do not remember how the words go. It was like, I was singing, but I was all like, on an acoustic guitar sounds.
They were your lyrics.
I listen. I was so high.
That's actually the only thing that makes sense in this entire fucking week.
Can you move the mic a little closer to you, Austin? I can't quite hear the sadness.
No.
There it is. Crystal clear.
Hi, Flint. Welcome aboard. All right. District Court, July 10, 9 a.m., 49, number 2, defendant lobby.
That's my dad's birthday. That's
happy birthday, Dad!
That's why I said happy birthday, Daddy, in case anyone was
I was wondering why. Yes. That makes sense.
Well, this is it.
That is Dad's birthday.
Yeah, today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday.
Oh, boy!
This meeting is over. Sorry.
Oh, that's right. He has a perfect memory, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Yes.
That's Apollo's thing.
Except for himself.
Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call him back after that. Remember, he still thinks he's extremely loud.
Honestly, that's a big mood.
Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving.
Oh, yeah, the kid. I was like, why is Phoenix there? Okay, no. Okay, that makes sense.
Connor, he's piano man, okay? Don't get it twisted. He's a piano man now. He's grown.
He is a Billy Joel and his son, Billy Jr. I mean, he has a perfect memory. Does that make it Trucy doing it, or?
Yes.
All right, so.
Darian, wait!
I never liked you. Either of you.
I forgot about that. He's fucking brutal.
I never liked you.
I know. There's something about ... I never liked you. Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. Hey, Apollo.
Since this is thoughts, he didn't want us to hear what Maki had to say. And I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice.
Don't say that.
Yeah.
Whoa! Whoa!
What was that?
Huh?
Who do you think is sitting here and speaking in pretentious bullshit? Who have we
there's a
met
lot.
this trial
There's a lot
that
of
speaks
characters.
in nothing but pretentious bullshit?
But I know. He is heard but unseen.
Who's that talking?
I like how you can just hear the door open. Volant! Oh, that's you.
Valant Grammar, using the door like an average muggle, no less.
Hey,
I do like the
Apollo,
idea.
don't.
I do like the idea
What,
that
is-
like
Oh no, is there something wrong with... I'm extremely out of the loop. Is something wrong?
Is there something
I
wrong
do like
with Harry
the
Potter?
idea
But go on.
that Grammary does like walk into the room and introduce himself by saying, "Valent Grammary, everyone! I'm arrived! Grammary, I already forgot that."
See, no. Here's the thing. I think that Apollo isn't a fan of Harry Potter, but as he is the one straight man in this universe, he also doesn't know that J.K. Rowling is a piece of shit. So he
When
just
he's, like,
makes
out of loop.
the reference, and he's like, everyone just kind of looks at him with daggers. He's
The
like,
enemy is like, "What? I remember reading those books when I was 9."
wait, did
Lots
something
of
happen?
Oh golly, how would I know
no.
about that?
By the way, thank you, Monsterman, for complimenting the shirt. It is from Clear Lines. Here's a link if you are interested in buying it.
Are you wearing your juicy shirt?
I'm wearing my juicy
Good.
shirt. You called it that. Anyways,
Apollo watched the first movie as a kid, and that's it.
yes.
You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valen?
A preposterous proposition. How could I stand to stand upon the stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking!
Only a foolish
I
fool
might even have
would
to...
understand.
Oh god, the ghost. The ghost of the somehow inexplicably dead but very much alive. Did I stall enough to try and remember her
Francesca von
name?
Karma.
Francesca von Karma, thank you. I don't even have to sign
Franny.
autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day.
Ooh, with vanishing magic?
No, with a restraining order! You're violating it right now! Indeed! I will jump upon... I'm gonna jump on a fucking train and fuck train myself to the next town over. Hang on, is he fucking fleeing the country?
I'm leaving town, bitch!
But before I go, a word of warning.
Warning? What?
Oh god. A grand Gramamamar glamour that resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth.
A glamour.
A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to say pardon, so. Hey, Garetta, for 3 years subscribed.
Woo!
Oh my god.
That's how many years we were gone. Thanks for like that whole time we weren't doing content. Like, I really appreciate you still supporting my sibling.
Wait a minute. If we were gone for 3 years, that means that Garetta only started subscribing while we were gone and stopped when we came back.
Honestly,
Greta.
that's some dedication to Cliffhanger.
Greta, my friend, I don't even have a badge ready for 3 years, I don't think. Oh my god.
I must be close to needing something like that. Just, which I
Fuck.
only say just because I think I've been subscribed to you since, like, you've had a Twitch.
A subscribe button, probably.
Yeah, exactly. I'm your sister. It'd be strange if I didn't.
Thank you very much. Thank you so goddamn much. I'm planning on keeping my founder's badge on anyways. Alright, I feel that. Founder, 36-month subscriber. The first? I need to get in line for a ticket. Flip! Farewell!
And there he goes. Just like all the men in my life.
Yeah.
And
sure
all the
seems
men in
happy.
mine.
He sure seemed happy about that illusion thing.
Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. He can't pull off a show without one.
Yeah, I prefer transmutation, personally.
The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember.
I feel like this is foreshadowing, or rather, like pointing out what I should be noticing about the case. Like, the whole thing with the disappearing act leads me to believe that there's a lot more going on there, and the whole idea of doing the disappearing act and reappearing was meant to be a cover for something else happening, because that's like Magician 101 is pay attention over here to this beautiful thing happening, while on my other hand, I'm doing all the actual work. So,
Usually, it involves cutting people with Eiffel Tower or anything,
no,
really.
Hang on, sorry, one of those lines was cutting elephants up. One of those lines was slaughtering elephants.
How is it worse than what I said?
So, he was talking about committing multiple crimes.
Just
And also-
like a performer.
And also what we saw at the concert.
Lemurworth's disappearing act.
And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar.
I wonder what he meant by being at the root of all. It being at the root of all that has happened.
Well, it's about time. Shall we go?
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, oh god, what now? Yes!
The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience.
That's like 4 days from now. Did something happen? This is a first.
It was by the judge's request, some urgent personal business.
Great. I bet he stayed up too late. Late last night watching courtroom dramas, knowing him.
As the elderly are known to do.
I like the idea of him watching them just to critique them, but all of his critiques are wrong. Where's the confetti?
That's a reaction YouTube channel. Judge
No,
reacts.
please.
Apparently he was visiting the hospital again.
The hospital.
I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his condition worsened considerably this morning. Oh, this is the mood I need right now.
Chief Justice's son.
Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning? The judge said he had to go visit him after the trial.
There's an article about it in the newspaper. Don't you read the newspaper, youngins? God damn it. If you care to read about it yourself, throws it at him. Oh my god, incuritis. I forgot it's what it's called.
Incuritis. What a stupid fucking name. Definitely never heard. Oh no!
Oh god, I don't like this headline. I don't like seeing this in a video game. Oh god, the first case in the country. Don't worry, it's contained. Everything's good.
Maybe incuritis isn't what's the word I'm looking for?
I believe it is stated to be non-transmissible.
Yeah,
okay.
that's yes.
Let's turn to the incuritis truthers to see what they have to say.
I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. I can't read.
Oh my god.
Just leave TV guide page to me. It has pictures.
We don't even have TV at home.
Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can.
I forgot
they're
Apollo
Apollo's
canonically
favorite.
reads the funnies, that's right.
Yes.
It's the only bit of joy he gets in his day.
July 10, 10:30 a.m., District Court, Courtroom No. 3.
He screams and then he reads family circuits.
Oh, I haven't done the judge's voice in a long time, but hang on. I thought he was actually gonna read it aloud, so okay, no, there's nothing else to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of... fuck, how do you say this name again?
I join and see this shit. Exactly, Duke. Machitaba. That's Majima. Why is that the voice that came out of my mouth?
Well,
It's Clavier, somewhat like this. Machitoba, a suspect fortissimo.
Right. It's his trial in any case.
The defense is prepared, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready to rock.
Is something wrong, Your Honor?
You look like you've come down with something. Wow, it looks like you've seen a ghost. It looks like... Wow, who died?
No. Well, yes. It's just I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time.
Oh, yeah, it's the Chief Justice's kid. It's not the judge's kid.
Yeah.
Oh, I also thought it was the judge's kid for a second.
Yeah, like it's been a while. Incuritis, was it?
You think for a second the judge would step away to deal with our bullshit if his kid was
Yeah,
dying?
that's fair. We get the Canadian judge.
I would lie and say my kid was dying to not deal with our shit.
That article said there's no known cure.
Judge, let me say, with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law.
Sure, Clavier. Are we sure Clavier went to law school? Not that he
I
would
don't-
be. Well, Apollo
I do not
definitely went
believe
to
he
law
did.
school.
Yeah, I
Apollo's
believe
worked on his master's.
I believe Apollo's the only one who's actually attended law school for more than 30 minutes.
The
hang
judge
on.
did, but it was like 70 years ago, so it's like all outdated and probably.
I'm gonna
Correct.
look up if Clavier went to law school. Oh, it says that Clavier wants to know your location and is coming for you. Okay.
Indeed. We left off at quite a juncture yesterday.
I was wrong, by the way. Clavier went to law school, but because his rich parents could afford to send him to law school, and he spent all the time coming up with his cool band and his cool law-themed band.
His law. I forgot about this stupid fucking law-themed band.
Also, is this the
This
judge's
is- yep,
flashback?
this
Yes.
is the
Oh, this
judge.
definitely is. I'm just thinking about how daring should sound.
I mean, should they all sound like the judge? Even if that wasn't our previous
No,
canon?
no, that wasn't the previous canon. I think they all sound like young punks. I asked Interpol about that number. Epic Subliminal. The agent registered under this number was Roman Latosa. Thank you for looking into that for us, Detective Crescend. It's a great help. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Wait! That voice just now. It was him? I'm sure of it. It was him. That voice I heard, talking to Mr. Letou, when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darian. No way. Oh, quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought that Darian would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect?
Yes, the prosecution will look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings.
Darian Crescend is a member of my band, the Gaviniers. He is also a detective, making a... You see the way he says, is a member
Yes.
of my band and also a detective? This motherfucker. Making the current charges serious indeed. Yet, after investigation, I have found no cause to alter a case or file new charges.
And your reason is?
Best voice performance ever, thank you, Connor. No? Weren't you aware, El Forehead? Bam! He has an impeccable alibi.
An alibi? What is that?
Oh, God. Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert was held on the night of the shooting, and it was in 3 sets. The Gaviniers ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, they had to do repairs, and our guest took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Lamia, and Buck, along with a drummer and a bassist, for a total of 5. The only performers, along with 2, the shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the 3rd set. Lamia, the defendant, Maki Tobai, had left the stage at that point, and the Gaviniers were already rocking. This is when 2 shots ran out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Sky, mind you.
And Apollo. You heard them too, right?
Huh?
Oh, they-
What?
They are proud of that cutscene. They're gonna keep playing it.
Yeah, I sure did.
Furthermore, Lamia herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say, heard the moments of the crime. Sorry, it's ableist. Then she claims to have heard Mr. Letou and Detective Crescend talking.
But that's impossible. Detective Crescend, what?
Precisely. Detective Crescentiv is on stage, getting his groove on, no less. Getting down and boogieing with it.
Oh, I understand that reference.
Voila! The perfect alibi! God.
Does the defense have anything to add to this?
It's true. When I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up.
It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darian Crescen's alibi has been acknowledged.
Which means that Lamia was sadly mistaken. I'm gonna do a once-over on the court record really quick to see if we have anything to disprove that.
Yeah.
Taping of the
And just to get familiar
performance.
with what's there.
That will play the video. That's right. God, I don't want to do that.
No, yeah. Don't open that can of worms. They will crawl all over you.
Would the two have been wearing one of these?
He was wearing. You could see in his sprite, he was wearing one.
Then he would have been staffed, so that makes sense that he would have been wearing one.
I was gonna say.
What about Lamia?
She said she was wearing one at some point.
Yeah. Okay.
She definitely would have had to, at least to hear her call times and whatnot.
9 to 9:30 p.m. Okay. Her testimony cannot be true.
Very well, of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections,
Apollo, if he declares a verdict now.
Prosecutor Gavin's cases are tight. Lemire might have been lying to protect Maki. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center?
About the case? What about the case?
He wants to tell us about Mr. Latus's death? This meeting's over.
Okay, you can stop it there. You played the rest of the earlier bit earlier.
No.
Darian?
Okay, cool.
Maki was trying to tell us something. I know it.
I'll probably stream the new Left 4 Dead 2 update, yeah.
Maybe the best thing to do is ask him, under oath.
very well.
Where he can't lie.
It's illegal!
The court finds the defendant. What was his name again?
Your Honor.
No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or Mr. Justice.
Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness.
Okay, and exactly who the fuck do you need to hear from?
A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English.
You don't mean...
I do. The defense calls defendant Maki Tabaye to the stand.
What? But he doesn't speak English.
Get
Therefore,
a fucking translator.
Did not stop Phoenix from interrogating a bird.
fucking parrot.
He doesn't speak English, therefore he doesn't get a say in our laws.
We don't mind if there's walkie-talkies or
Jesus, you're
birds up
racist.
here.
Anyway, we'll use an interpreter.
Interpreter? Oh, I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases, such as and
Ow, please.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean for that to go that
romantic and to have IBS.
The defense would like to request Lemire as the interpreter.
Lamire? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant.
But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie?
This is most unusual.
bravo, Air Forehead. Air Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamia lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. I mean, that's fair. If the person says, like, murder, and they say, you're just talking about how great the Knicks were last night. That was the first poll I had, inexplicably.
Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal.
Finally, some progress.
Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lamire to the witness stand.
Is this the first time we've ever had two sprites on the witness stand?
It is.
Yeah, I think so, because we've had someone be like, "Get out of the way," and then show up there when presenting someone else out. But I don't think we've had two people there.
I suppose there's a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with, if you would mind, Lamia.
Yes.
Okay, good. They're not gonna do it every time.
He says Maki Tobaye, the defendant.
This is certainly a first for the courtroom.
Oh, that's a good point. This was the first exclusive DS game, so
Yep.
they had the power.
Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular.
Ugh, sorry. So far, so good.
Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would.
Huh? If I would what, Your Honor?
What do you want to testify about?
What do I want him to testify about? Ah, shit, I hadn't thought that far ahead yet.
Apollo! Aren't you going to ask him about what he was about to tell us yesterday?
How can I if I don't know what he was about to tell us?
Excuse me, a moment, if I may speak.
Yes, Lemire?
Just now, Maki said there is something about which he wishes to testify.
Maki wants to testify about something. What could it be?
What sort of testimony is he talking about?
One moment, please.
Ah, the suspense is killing me.
What?
What? What?
Well, Lemire?
According to Maki, he has proof of his innocence.
What?
Damn, she's got like a whole ass train on the back of her dress. There were also so
noticed
many
that,
bows
yeah.
on Maki.
Holy shit. Okay, this is a surprise.
Yahoo! Victory, Apollo! We did it!
This is sounding too good to believe. And I know what that usually means.
You are too wise to this game's shit, Apollo.
Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. Lemire, I mean, Maki, please testify to this court.
Very, very well.
There's something very funny about the bits that are put in quotations. I know she's testifying or translating, but
Hey, Souls, what's up?
He says that the word of Monsieur Latou's death came as a great shock. That word of his death came as great shock.
Okay.
But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, that is he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them.
Hang on.
Something that people didn't really consider for a minute there, did
he
they?
doesn't speak. I guess they just assumed he can read English.
That's a good point.
Yeah, they're only.
He didn't sign it. Okay. I was
No.
gonna see if he had signed it, but no, he didn't.
The lyrics are only in English.
Which also makes sense with the facade that they were maintaining for a while. That probably would have been like a, he's blind, he can't
Oh,
sign
yeah,
his name,
exactly.
sort of a deal.
Even though that's horseshit, but
Yeah. Also, it's only 14.
what'd you say? Sorry.
Sorry, I'm just trying to remember how old he is because
let me check.
either
Like 14.
either
14.
he's very
Yeah.
tall for his age or Lemire is very short for hers.
He's probably on the box that they keep there.
Yeah,
no,
That's not a joke. There is a box that they have there for sure.
Yes, I know that. But he isn't, because we saw he isn't.
Oh wait, you're right. That's a good point. He's probably just really tall then. Also, that is an extremely good point.
I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely.
I wondered what he meant by proof. Why, you would only have to ask Lamia to know the meaning of that song.
Lemire, did you ever explain the lyrics of the song to him?
I don't understand what the fuck the song is supposed to be about. Why would I have?
I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked.
As my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead, Lamia might be protected. Sorry, Jesus. Oh,
This is
sorry, dying. He's in curitis.
Well, anyways, let's proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would.
Lamier's just holding him up by
Yes,
the
Your Honor.
shoulders.
Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. Worked yesterday, so it'll work today.
My mood ring will tell me. Okay, so something I find interesting about this testimony is that she keeps switching tenses of who's talking. He said that the word of Mr. Latou's death came as a great shock, but if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, and then now she's referring to herself. I, and then that is he, to clarify, could not have done it. And he says that because the lyrics are in English. So she keeps swapping back and forth between tense.
which I guess makes sense given that he didn't have any hand in writing the song.
So I will tell you right now, there is absolutely no proof here that we have that can be even remotely
Okay, yeah.
useful.
I'm figuring I'm just gonna press everything.
I was gonna say, press. You do have access to the bracelet.
Okay.
You do have the power
We're-
of the bracelet.
Were Maki and Mr. Latou close?
Oh.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sorry,
More
I
time.
just came up with a great idea of, like, instead of shouting, like, some gotcha type thing, that when he uses the bracelet, he'll be like, caught you in a Brangle Tangle! And I kept thinking about that, and that's what I was thinking when I was...
God, please.
Bangle tangle?
Please let us just move on.
Lamia! This is Maki's cross-examination, not yours.
But I knew the answer.
This is a court of law. We do not have answers to questions, okay? We play it by the book, by the sticky notes that Phoenix left behind.
I understand?
When Prosecutor Gavin's tough, he's really tough.
I could not disagree more.
Maki says he was very good friends with Mr. Latou. Mr. Latou was always a gentleman, never angry. We got along quite well. I never dreamed something like this would happen.
Killing truly followed the lyrics of my song. Do I have to press everything?
No.
Okay.
If you find a statement that you think immediately seems fishy,
Okay.
then you can just start.
Catch him in the
checking
Bangle
for that.
Tangle.
No. The Guitar Serenade, correct? Oh god, what a stupid title.
Would you prefer chase it with the bracelet?
Yes, actually, yes.
Yes, the crime followed the lyrics of the song. The theft of the keyring, the burning guitar, and the bullet. This is why it could not have been me.
He could not have done it. Okay, so this is the apex of it.
Yeah.
So we should probably talk about this.
Wouldn't it be difficult for him to perform without knowing the meaning of the lyrics?
Why?
What? Fish plays a lot of concerts, okay? Fish continues to play music. They don't even know what the fuck. Like, they'll write words and then look back and be like, who the fuck wrote that shit?
So I think it's telling that we both thought the exact same joke for a completely different band. Because the
Was
first
yours
thing-
gonna be for Dave Matthews Band? Because that's the other one I thought of.
No, mine was gonna be Pearl Jam.
Okay, no, the
Being
difference
the
is that Pearl Jam can't understand the words. They know the meaning of the lyrics, but once they're said out loud, they vanish. All meaning is
Okay, so-
gone.
My dad has said that being the lead singer of Pearl Jam is the easiest job in the world because you don't even have to actually sing words. You just go out and mumble into a microphone.
But here's the thing: is that Maki wasn't singing at all. Maki plays the piano too
he
much.
plays the fucking piano.
You just need.
Okay, I
the
think
note.
what Apollo's getting at is if you don't know shit about the song, how do you know?
How do you feel?
You weren't given a music sheet that we fucking saw. How do you know? How do you
Isn't
know
he-
what
isn't
tone
he
you're
supposed to be
supposed to go for?
Isn't he supposed to be like a savant where he just kind of knows? Isn't that his whole thing?
I mean,
Oh, I guess it would kinda
he's
have
not
to be,
a
'cause
savant
then-
in that sense. He's just an he's a bit of a prodigy when it comes to playing the piano, but
But I
he's
guess
not. He's
with the
not
whole
like
facade, if they weren't presenting him with anything either in braille or in an audio form.
But
then,
yeah.
The other thing I was gonna say is that I'm just thinking of all the Christian youth groups that were tasked with performing YMCA, and knowing that proves this statement completely false.
Well, yeah, but they're Christians. They're not used to knowing what they're talking about.
He did know what the song was about. Its mood, shall we say? This was enough for him to play by. He said, "What's the vibe?" That's the only English phrase he knows.
What's the vibe?
I told him it was a song about a guitar in love. What?
That's your
Hey,
interpretation.
hold on. No, it is.
It's about a guitar that really wants to fuck the musician, right? Like it sounded like
Okay.
a horny guitar.
That may be true, but it sounds weird when you say it.
It sounds weird when anyone says that.
Okay, it is not actually.
It's not the guitar that's in love. It's me that's in love with the guitar. What is so
I
strange about
am
this?
going to fuck the guitar. It's not actually the guitars that's in love, strictly speaking.
They have a musical sound hole for a reason.
Please.
Perhaps I misunderstood.
No, not really. Yours is also a valid interpretation.
Fucking okay? Can we please move on to the actual resolving the court case?
Saving a child's freedom?
No, it is.
Why is he an adult? I guess because it's murder, but
That's a good point, actually. What the
he's
fuck?
14!
No, it is my fault. I am too used to singing in Virginia.
The last
Virginia.
note that Phoenix left behind on the sticky note is "fuck them kids."
It is much easier than trying to understand these English lyrics.
Yay! I knew he was innocent!
I believe he is too, Trucy, I do.
What's wrong, Apollo? You got a tummy ache or something?
Something's hidden in that testimony. If it's the truth, I'll find it.
I
Well, I
have
mean,
some
there's only-
Pepto-Bismol in here! Pulls out a glove and like a whole bunch of Pepto-Bismol and like confetti flies out of it.
Okay, but is it solid tablets or is it liquid?
Oh
Also,
no, it's solid tablets.
This is the only one I haven't pressed yet, so we might as well check.
By could not have done it, you mean...
It is very simple. Maki could not have done all the things that happened that day.
Was she privy to that knowledge? No, she was in court with us the other day. Yeah, she would
Yeah.
be.
For all those things followed the song lyrics closely.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
So I guess I have to bracelet? Like,
Let's see if we can tell where someone's lying.
okay, that is, he could not have done it. I'm looking to see if there's any animation cues on
There are
either of
not.
them. Okay. This is the statement that has the, well, okay, hang on. Maybe he can read English. So let's see if we
Accessory to
can
murder,
notice
let's go!
Hey, you can actually see his eyes. Please stop.
something. Seeing if the eyes. Oh.
Bangle tangle.
You looked slightly to the left.
Maki?
The eyes are the window to the soul.
That our bracelet will steal.
You can't fool my eyes, Maki.
Anyone who doesn't know about this game is probably really confused right now.
It's part of why I said don't do it in the first place.
It's part of our charm.
Is it?
No, I mean about this scene, about this happening here.
You glanced toward her the very moment Lemire said the word English. And why might that be? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Maki, tell me the truth. You can understand English, can't you?
What are you saying? Of course he can't.
Glorp.
Yes, a Kamehameha followed by a man just on his hands and knees crying. Good.
Pronounced,
of course sounds like
pronounced
a
out loud, glorp.
glorp.
That is the perfect representation of Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
Must he continue this charade?
Mr. Justice, Maki says this.
The fuck? You're my defense.
I know the word English.
Huh?
Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English.
Lamiere explains the concept of picking up a few words, which fucking Gavin already explained earlier.
He learned the name for this language, that is all.
He probably picked up a few phrases.
Oh my god, give me a break.
Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance?
Well, yeah, but...
I am sorry, but he truly does not understand your language.
Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics?
That's what I was wondering.
Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad?
I'm a lawyer!
That's my job!
It's my job!
It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation.
So I won't explain it.
You read about it in the newspaper.
We have the Borginian. It doesn't mention the lyrics of Lamier's ballad.
How about that?
Hmm.
The newspaper, you say?
The Borginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland.
I was right.
What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes. They're quite fierce all of a sudden.
Of course it is, Crest.
Maki is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that
Oh,
he's
okay.
lying.
I thought they were gonna have to do the whole thing of adding that to the testimony and then...
Nope.
Okay.
No, usually when he perceives a lie, it's followed immediately by proof. It's a lot like breaking the psyche locks.
Yeah.
I have here a Borginian newspaper. The Borginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact.
I like that's in the font.
Indeed. There is a feature article about this very case.
The way that's
Explained in
pronounced
Borginian.
is the Metal Gear Solid alert sound effect, but I can't make that with my mouth. I don't
Oh,
speak
yeah.
Borginian.
Could you read this for me, Maki?
There, that was close. Hey.
Yep,
That was pretty
that's
good.
right. Doesn't mention the lyrics.
What? What is this all about?
I'm sorry, Maki. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Borginian newspaper.
Crush that 14-year-old spirit!
What does this mean?
But I don't see how it's possible. Oh, I know.
Here's some bullshit.
He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes.
That's not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself.
So, the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The two least reliable sources of news. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less.
The witness will explain himself. Themselves.
Maki says. He says.
Yes?
It is true I read the newspaper. But this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken.
Oops, slipped my mind.
Now I remember.
You remember.
Now, yes, just. He says, He says he heard of the lyrics from me.
You just said earlier you never Good grief, Lamierre.
What? Really?
Is this true, Lamierre?
Yes.
Oh
I'm
my
afraid I had forgotten it myself.
Oh my god.
Okay,
this dude.
okay. She is an amnesiac.
Yeah, probably has memory issues.
Yeah, genuinely probably has like other memory issues on top of a forgotten past.
Then it looks like Ethel has been jumping to conclusions again.
It seems so, yes.
No. I was onto something. I know it. I can't let this chance slip up.
Time is an issue today, Mr. Justice. Are you finished with the cross-examination?
What are you gonna do, Apollo?
If I'm gonna keep on cross-examining, I'd better have an angle of attack. Or else.
Oh?
My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue.
If you must, you must. Very well. Witness!
I understand.
Please don't damage your face more by doing the exclamation point sound effect. It doesn't hurt. It's fine. Okay.
If anything, maybe it'll get the
It
juices
was I who
leaking.
explained that the crime followed the song. Is that the full... Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's just...
Yeah, so
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
that's the new statement, so definitely check there.
Let's just go ahead and take a look. It's in a book.
Okay, you
Bangle.
keep in mind, it's Lemire who's
That's what I was
explaining
thinking.
this one.
Can I move over to... I can! Okay.
Yes,
Mhm.
What was her tell? It's been a while.
Wasn't it her throat?
it was her neck.
Yeah, she did a big gulp. Just like the drinks at
Okay.
the convenience store.
So you didn't hear the first part, so.
Yep, there we
Yep.
go. Look at that throat.
Lemire?
Hmm?
I'm currently cross-examining Maki. Why should you be uncertain?
Me? Uncertain.
Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained.
I like something I was worried I wouldn't care for with Apollo is that some of his power of being a lawyer came from his fucking magic bracelet in the same way that some of Phoenix's power came from his fucking magic gem. But
Important detail, there's nothing magical about his bracelet at all.
that's what I was gonna say is about both of those things. All they really are creating gameplay mechanics for deductive reasoning.
Yeah, and in
what-
Phoenix's case, it's just an in to be able to have it's just an excuse to go get hard evidence to disprove what this person is
Yes.
currently saying, and you can't move forward otherwise.
Yeah.
Represented by a lock, and here it's a mechanical representation of like
So,
noticing,
perceiving-
picking up on a detail.
Perceiving
Okay,
tells.
I
Go
want to clarify. Yes, there is literally nothing supernatural about Apollo's bracelet in canon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is established that the metal reacts to. I think it reacts to increased perspiration. So when he starts focusing and sweating, it starts reacting when he tries to figure things out.
Yeah, it's his mood bracelet, exactly.
It basically is, yes.
Yeah.
There's nothing supernatural. There's no psychic shit going on. No spiritual stuff. It's just a bracelet that he attaches to his powers of perception as rationality.
You think it's his muscles tensing up?
That's what it was. Yes.
Oh yeah.
As his
Okay.
muscles tense, the bracelet clinches around him tighter. Yeah, I forgot what exactly triggered it, but I did know that it was nothing supernatural. It was just how the metal reacted to him.
Like, Apollo knows there's something wrong with that statement, and he kind of clenches like, what? Something's wrong there. And then it's just a gameplay mechanic
Yes.
of perceiving it. I
Well,
really enjoy
it's
that.
something he attributes it to his lucky bracelet in the same way that we attribute a lot of various things that we don't understand as supernatural crap.
Yeah.
It isn't. It's just that's how he perceives his own ability.
My point being that I enjoy that both the Magatama, was it? And
Yes.
the bracelet aren't just like, oh, I'm only powerful because of this magic jewel. It is just It is
Not
just
because I went to law school. Not that Phoenix properly went to law school.
I was gonna say that is kind of the case with Phoenix. He isn't a talented lawyer. It's just the fact that he has the magic to literally see through people's eyes. Apollo, or their lies rather. Apollo can just actually tell.
Yeah, but also Phoenix can't. Just it's like I know you're lying, but fuck, I have unless I get
no
the proof.
idea why.
I have.
I just need to find actual evidence.
Yeah, and it's a similar thing with Apollo, where it's like I know you're lying, and then I have to talk my way into getting you to tell the truth.
Yeah,
because like I can tell you're lying, so quit lying. I know that statement's a lie. What's going on there?
I see there's little point in trying to hide anything from you.
Lemire, are you indeed protecting someone?
That is not a question with a simple answer.
Does that mean Edgeworth thanks his gameplay mechanic to his giant brain? My big fucking brain.
His fully developed brainium.
And all the studying he crammed it with when he went through all the years of actual law school. Well, hang on. Wasn't he like a young prodigy also?
Yes.
Not as young as Franny, but so maybe he didn't go through all the years.
To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself.
Then allow me to answer for you. Lemire, you're protecting...
I mean, it's safe to assume she's protecting Maki, but would she be protecting
I mean, yeah, you could send that.
Herself is the only other person. Valent! is she's protecting herself would be the other option I could think of, but...
Lemire, you're protecting Maki. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way to do it. Maki, I believe you didn't do it. Really, I trust you. But you've lied to us twice. And now you have Lemire lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover up a simple truth. You understand English. You have to.
Witness! Is this true? Do you understand English?
Yes, a little only.
What?
Oh, first he could see and now he can talk. They grow up so fast. And you? Did you know about this, Lemire?
No, I did not. It was quite a surprise.
How many secrets is this witness hiding?
This is last.
Maki, could you tell us what really happened?
I thought about giving him a really deep voice, but I decided against it. No shooting. I did no shooting.
So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those two gunshots, correct?
Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room behind desk, manager on floor.
Which would be after the shooting, right?
I don't want to make every voice a complete joke.
Mhm.
Then there's voice.
Especially since I like this kid.
Yeah.
Voice? Or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo?
So when Maki went into the dressing room, Mr. Letou had already been shot. And then we came to the door.
Panel high up. I take off. Run away! Run away!
So it was you who escaped through the air vent.
As the prosecution has held all along, no less, the defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession?
No, he's clearly denied that he did it.
I know shooting. Manager was on the floor. Already on the floor. The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. 1, he speaks some English. 2, he was around. Duh! Big shoot!
Clavier, you have a lot of difficulty believing things that are basic fucking facts. This does not surprise me. You are the worst prosecutor.
I don't hate him as a character, but he's definitely the worst prosecutor.
Yes, he's the worst prosecutor. I think he's one of the I think he has equal parts good and terrible character traits. Kind of leaves him in the middle.
I will say for him that he is one of the few prosecutors who from the get-go has been pretty much across the board interested in getting to the truth at some point.
Yes.
Versus most other prosecutors want to get to the truth once they phase out of being terrible people, whereas Clavier is just kind of I want the truth, and
I'm generally pretty scummy.
Clavier is a terrible person who is obsessed with the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm just putting on a show, yeah?
Does the defendant have anything to say to this?
He's clammed up, Apollo.
Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness?
Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait. No, of course there is.
I was gonna say, yeah, no shit, of course there is.
Deep into vest pocket.
What is this cocoon, anyway? The cocoon. The silk is a potent cure. A cure?
He's also quite attractive, though, right? Is that a character trait? Have we had... Okay. I'm gonna say this.
Yes, the answer to have we had an unattractive prosecutor.
Yeah,
well,
other than Winston Payne.
Other than someone's thing. He's someone's thing.
No, Winston Payne is the Payne family is no one's thing.
Yeah, there was a curse placed on their family where actually attraction has far more to do with just beauty standards and an outward appearance, but his family is terrible, and they were terrible to a witch, and the witch cursed his family so that they would forever be deemed as unattractive by everyone.
I would say Manfred von Karma is another unattractive prosecutor, but let's just say I've met too many Ace Attorney fans to believe that's true.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Winston Payne is unhorny Leisure Suit Larry. Anyways.
Well, Maki, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me.
Business Suit Larry. Oh my god, that's so good.
It was right there.
It was. That cocoon has to have something to do with this. Maki, please tell us the truth for your own sake.
No more speak. Not to any of you. Playing the best Ace Attorney game, instant follow. Fuck yeah. I don't know if this is the best yet, but I haven't beaten it. I'm playing blind, so.
It's
so
pretty
much
damn good.
for your precious trust air forehead.
Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him.
Regardless, this brings us to an impasse.
It does seem that the defense and the defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. This is the only possible course of action right now.
He just really has to pee.
The defense will work it out with the defendant so that we may proceed.
July 10, 11:23, District AM Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Oh, Christ. Apollo Eustace.
Oh.
Apollo Eustace.
You know my full name.
That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some.
Justice
get some justice. Get some justice.
Oh my god,
Justice
thank god I didn't say that.
Jesus
oh my
Christ.
god.
This is what
Holy
we
shit, that would have come out wrong.
before we say them, Apollo.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna.
This is why I think.
I'm not gonna add that to the collage. I don't even know if I'm gonna use that as the end screen because out of context and even in context, it's pretty bad. But I'm gonna save it and think about if I want to post that to Twitter afterwards.
Yeah.
Christ.
Oh, boy. God,
Oh,
this
Apollo.
is why I screen all of. This is why I have a filter. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I know shooting.
He claims Mr. Latu was already down on the ground when he entered the room.
Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it?
Suddenly, I hear a revolver. Close, very close. Then I hear a voice.
You heard gunshots.
Yes, it's true. I hear a revolver, but only the sound.
Wait. You're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latu already dead, and then you heard shots? That's
Interesting.
true.
So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots?
I mean, he did die of blood loss specifically.
And also, didn't it seem a little strange how we heard gunshots and the next second we were in the room and there was nobody there?
Yeah.
Didn't that always strike you as a little odd that something that the prosecutor never, because it wouldn't help his case, asshole, it didn't strike you as odd that this kid was able to climb through the vent that quickly after firing a fucking 50 caliber revolver? Yeah, how about that?
There were bullet holes, yes.
And you escaped through the air vents?
I know.
Huh? What do you know?
I know if I opening vents, I can leave stage and backstage.
So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means?
Hey, he's right. Look, Apollo.
Oh, that's the vent.
Huh. Yeah.
Okay.
But how did you know it was connected like that?
Crimes, unrelated.
Oh, wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something.
I hear this from magician.
Which one did he? Not.
Magician. Oh no.
Don't look at me.
A magician, huh?
Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Maki didn't shoot Mr. Latu.
Trucy, we've been at this for 3 years. Do you really think we were still thinking that?
Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's gonna go over well in court. Not.
Got him.
Got
Apollo,
him.
you're his defense. You're supposed to believe in him whatever he says, even lies.
That is astonishingly not my job.
I'm thinking about who it might be. I don't want any spoilers because I'm playing blind. But if it is Magic Man, I don't know why, which means we gotta learn more about his backstory to figure out why.
And that's what Daddy always told me.
Wait,
I'll
Phoenix told you that shit?
I'll just
I didn't
pretend
tell
you
you
misheard
which
him
Daddy.
every time. God,
You
Phoenix
now
is
know
a
I have
terrible
two of
lawyer.
them, at least.
So what do we do now?
You know what I always say, Trucy? Lies, not lives.
No, that was Vacation Daddy that said that. You're misinterpreting.
Oh,
You're
okay.
You're
Okay.
sure you won't testify, Maki?
No talking, no.
Well, it was worth a shot.
That cocoon.
I can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Borginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Borginia is death.
That's right. It's punishable by death. Of course he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach.
That's the spirit,
I
Apollo.
forgot. Yeah, everyone can read Apollo's
So?
mind.
What's your plan?
If Maki won't testify it, testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify.
Someone else?
Fuck you! I skipped town.
I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there.
Right.
July 10, 11:28 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3.
Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk.
Very well. So will he testify?
Your Honor, the defendant will not testify.
What?
The fuck? Oh, shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around.
Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor.
This late into the case? A different angle?
If Maki won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lemire.
Lemire?
Oh shit, that could actually reveal the truth. I don't want that.
Okay, what the fuck? What the fuck? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamire's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can...
Lemire was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries.
What happened?
She was assaulted, Your Honor.
Assaulted?
Someone wanted Lemire dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself.
Hey, Ken, thank you very much. 13 months.
Woo, that's more than 1 year.
That is more than 1 year. Let's hope this month will be more...
We'll be more unlucky
this
than
month
it
will
already
be
is.
more unlucky than it already is. Hell yeah! Things can always get worse!
They can.
Reverse psychology.
They genuinely can.
They can. They always can.
Anyways. What? Oh, shit. Clavio actually looks real fucked up about this. You didn't know?
We did not. Yeah, we did not tell him, remember?
Yeah.
I've heard no such report.
Prosecutor Gavin,
Maybe sometime you should do discovery with me, fucker.
why would anyone be out to kill Lemire? Can you think of a reason?
It was a
Come
typo,
on.
but
You can do it.
Well,
I'm sure you can do it. Think of how she's known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Now, who could that have been?
You don't think...
I'm sure you can do it. I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Letou. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out.
So, am I to understand that is that what you're saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lemire's testimony? A nugget we have yet to uncover. I thought that would sound cooler.
Yeah, yeah, sure, that.
We got to dig up that nug.
Please no, please no.
If Lemire was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some.
Hey, Your Honor, what,
Lemire's testimony one more.
Yeah?
what the fuck do you mean by if she was attacked? I was there.
If
have
we are
proof.
to believe the defense.
I have medical papers. She was attacked. This is not up for debate.
She takes off her hood and she has a giant, like, Frank Reynolds cut on the back of her head. Lemire, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand once again and speak.
You need not apologize.
I am once again asking you to defend yourself.
I know that Maki is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this.
Then let's review your testimony from yesterday.
Apollo has a stash of chicken nuggets under the bench. No, Trucy does, but Apollo keeps stealing some.
Yes.
And they're able to get them in the little tiny mini microwave that's down there. And no, excuse me, it's an easy bake oven. I don't know why I thought Phoenix Wright and
dare
Maya
you.
would leave anything behind that wasn't an easy bake oven.
I don't know why you thought Phoenix Wright would be involved in anything that was good.
Yeah, so an easy bake oven, an
Exactly.
inefficient, fire hazardous way of cooking something.
Yeah.
It's got bright colors.
That's the only way it could go.
If I recall correctly, we had an easy bake oven as kids that worked once and then almost caught fire.
I
Yeah.
mean, that's most
that's what
easy bake ovens.
That's what
Yeah.
easy bake ovens do.
Yeah, exactly.
You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window, correct? And that the voice belonged to Darian Crescent, yeah?
That is correct.
At which point, I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof.
You have nothing to say of that, Mr. Justice?
I'm tired of refuting the same fucking points. I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there.
The fire bakes things faster. Very easy. There is, it seems, much you do not know.
Huh, good to see that the pot's still on speaking terms with the kettle.
And yet it is my duty to hear him out.
Also, I just realized on the collage on stream, the donation goal perfectly covers I'll pull shivs anytime it's up.
Ah. So yeah, it's I'll pull shivs unless you hit this donation goal.
Unless you help me pay for
no,
my root
once
canal.
that's the reward for once you hit the donation.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court.
Of course, Your Honor.
Trucy is gonna perform my root canal with shivs.
Yes.
I will not have teeth after this is done. Okay.
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit.
Okay.
That's when I heard them, Mr. Letou and the detective.
Okay.
I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped.
Okay.
Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window.
The smell of gunpowder is interesting to me. Soundproof, I guess, it doesn't. Soundproof and airtight are not the same thing. But
Correct. However, if she's hearing something that is in a soundproof room and smelling something that is in a soundproof room, what do you think is more likely? That these things are actually empirically correct, or and somebody just left open the window, or that she has superhuman senses? She said she heard it through a window.
I
Yeah.
just remembered what the what is what, and I'm like,
Yes.
aha, ha, 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 ha.
okay, let's see.
Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony.
I am sorry. I'm not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way? Small window, this makes sense, yes? And everything I've said here is the truth.
Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible.
Do I have to repeat myself, Clavier? Lemire was attacked because of this testimony.
Oh.
God. What? Trucy? What?
Apollo, you know, for a moment there,
You're kinda almost cool.
you were pretty cool.
That's better than I thought she was gonna say.
Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can...
Perhaps you can coolly, with too many L's for coolly.
cross-examine the witness?
Apollo looks down.
But my notes.
Okay, let's see.
Preparation.
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. Let me check the map really quick. There it is. From the stage to the backstage exit. This was during
This was during the
performance.
performance.
So presumably
she-
this was happening during the disappearing act, where she was rushing from one area
Yes,
to the other.
I was
Okay.
gonna say this is exactly when she disappeared.
Okay, so I'm gonna press on that just to see if we can get that out of the way.
Is something wrong?
I raised an objection. But she's saying the same thing she said before.
Mr. Justice?
Sorry, it's nothing. Please continue with your testimony.
Hold it! I had nothing.
Shit.
Now I know what they mean about the reckless youth these days.
The one in red over there is a shining example, Herr Judge.
You're the last person who should be pointing fingers, Mr. Rockstar.
I'm 45! Okay.
Oh, good. I won't have to suffer you for as long then.
And the detective, I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. It was the smell of gunpowder. Okay. Let's talk about that.
Why didn't you tell someone
Okay, yeah,
immediately?
this is what I wanted to get to.
Oh, well,
If it were me, I would have gone to the police right away. It's our duty as citizens. The police are
but
trustworthy.
Yeah, but you're a white American, Judge. You don't get a say in this.
This may be besides the point, but Lamia isn't a citizen. So, you know, the police, like, so one would hope in such common
Clivier
sense
is a
prevails in
cop.
Borginia as well.
Well, he's a lawyer, not a cop, and do keep in mind, his one cop friend, he does not treat like a friend, he treats like an underling.
Okay, he's still a prosecutor.
Yes, exactly.
He's a cop.
Lemar sounds awfully quiet all of a sudden.
That's strange. Could she be hiding something?
It is as you say.
So that-
Yet, at the same time.
That's why she doesn't
Yeah,
want
at
to
the
tell
time.
anyone, because she was probably told, like, very strictly by fucking
All magic will disappear from the universe if you break the secret.
Okay.
All right.
I was in a hurry, so I kept moving. So why were you in a hurry is maybe what we want to get to.
Before that, go back a statement or two.
Then I heard another gunshot.
Okay, yeah, that's when I heard them. Let's inquire about this. Darian Crescend.
I did not know his name at the time. But yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday.
How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There is no way you could have heard him. Because... Oh.
Because the window at the scene was closed? Is that why?
Of course!
Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere.
She's right. Maybe there's a different angle I can try.
What were they talking about? I mean, did you hear anything else? Seems...
It's already what was covered in the gunshots.
So, yeah,
So,
what
see
were
if
they
you can-
talking about?
Yeah, see what she heard. Lemire, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us.
I have given it much reflection, but
I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember.
I only heard one phrase clearly.
The whole phrase? I
Hmm.
hoped.
You remember
vibes.
something that was said?
Why didn't you say anything yesterday?
Because I did not think the phrase was in English. They said ligma balls.
Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see,
Oh no.
I do not
Oh, no.
understand what
Oh
was
no.
said.
Oh no. Oh no.
This could be it. The clue I've been waiting for. Also, not all cops are bastards. Okay, I'm just gonna point out. I know you're pointing at the two non-canon fictional characters, Gumshoe and Emma. Gumshoe is very much a bastard.
Yeah.
Like Gumshoe is very.
He's not good at his job.
Yeah. Also, Emma is a bastard, but she absolutely hates being a cop.
Exactly. It is not what she wants to be doing.
I
They're
don't-
also fictional.
I was gonna say
Exactly.
I don't want to get into this debate right now, so I will very briefly say, even as a joke, it is extremely reductive to point to fictional cops and say not all cops are bastards, because that is missing the point of the statement. I know you didn't mean anything bad by it, Square. Obviously, no worries. Just as like a broad stroke in the future, it doesn't really contribute to the discussion.
Correct. Anyway,
But
well,
okay,
what did he say?
if he said ligma balls,
He did not, Connor. I promise you, he did not.
It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Letou.
The shooter, then, during Crescent.
Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch, now.
Press the switch.
Switch! And then the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Letou.
I thought it quite strange myself afterward.
It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this?
Yeah, I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. It's, very, very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony?
Maybe, Apollo?
From the small window, I heard a voice say, press the switch now. Can I just present the switch here? Or...
Yeah, you can.
Okay. I was
She
gonna
was
say...
actually overhearing a Nintendo conference down.
Press the switch. Release the switch now!
But don't
press
release
conference
enough.
for the Switch now.
Create an artificial.
Scarcity. Artificial
Scarcity.
scarcity.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, gotta sell, but not a lot of them.
Make consistently the worst business decisions now.
And get away with it still, inexplicably.
Cult
Ow.
of followers, baby. Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words.
Oh? Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights.
True, there wasn't a switch at the scene.
But it just
But
so happens that
as
there
it
was a switch at the
just
scene.
so happens, I have a switch right here.
Well, technically, it wasn't at the scene.
This is a bomb! If you don't declare my client not guilty, I will blow up the courtroom!
That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it?
The problem here is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage.
The piano.
The stage?
We're not at Dual Destinies yet. That's not a spoiler for me. I know about that.
I think it is for me though. So.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Okay. Yeah, don't worry. I just won't think too hard about it.
Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there.
On the stage?
Are you claiming that the voice Lemire heard was one of someone commanding another to press this switch?
It is a possibility.
Oh, Air Forehead, I'd call that an impossibility.
And why is that?
It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert form. The stage is quite far from the mayor's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gaviniers were in the middle of a concert on said stage. They aren't known for being a quiet band. You know, like one of those quiet bands that play. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. Your screams would go unheard.
The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout.
So too have Air Forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being... Wait, are they seriously positing, like, if only you had some sort of distant communication, but nothing like that exists?
Yes, Clavier is doing that specifically because, despite him being dedicated to getting to the truth, in this trial they just gave up on that.
Well, he's emotionally clouded right now because his the love of his life, his soulmate, burned up in flames.
His guitar!
Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout.
Eh?
You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh, wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this then?
Yeah, this is a courtroom.
Just chuck it over at him.
Using this, it would be easy to get a message to someone on stage from the dressing room.
Bada bada boom!
Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this?
Oh, fuck. Like, that's...
What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented when I wasn't looking?
This is a type of transmitter, a communications device. How simple do I need to break this down for you?
Communications? Device? I don't understand these newfangled words. I'm old!
Blue tooth, you say? Why is your tooth blue? See a dentist.
From what I've heard last night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes. Actually, they're for talking between band members. We all had one on.
So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be very simple, wouldn't it?
True, but wait! Those send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited.
Lemuroir said it was about 30 feet, right?
Let's look at the cross-section diagram of the concert form again.
Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert form!
Please stop.
Ah.
Exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet.
That cannot be!
So, when Lamia heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage!
You're claiming this is the switch in question. Why did it have to be the one on... Why did it have to be on stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hit it on the stage after the fact.
Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch.
Well, I guess we don't have that information available if you forget the fact that it was tied to the piano.
An unfortunate
During a
situation.
concert.
I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating.
Apollo, say out loud where it was.
If you threw it in the piano, it wouldn't trigger when you press the certain key. It consistently triggered on one key. It was fucking set in there purposefully. That's not something you do after the fact. I was sure this was the way to go with this.
What is this switch, anyways? We don't even know the basic fact.
Well,
Apollo, come on.
you don't.
Ding, 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 ding.
Wait a second. I do know what the switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case.
What's up, Apollo? Apollo? Why are you reaching for the switchboard in your back pocket?
We know all about this switch, right? We know what it is.
Yeah?
Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning this switch...
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Justice?
I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is.
Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking this switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what this switch is?
Is it the guitar or one of the igniter?
The igniter.
Okay, yeah.
The igniter specifically.
Yeah, I'm skipping a step ahead, yeah.
Exactly. Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this?
Achtung,
That what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones?
It puts it up to his ear and flicks
His
the
beard
switch.
lights on fire.
Ah!
Not again! No! Why do the phones keep doing this?
Now I have to spend another 40 years growing another one.
This is an igniter. What phone even looks like this?
Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter?
Yeah, pretty much.
No smoking in the courtroom, Apollo.
You aren't saying the switch is a remote?
I sure am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter.
What?
Look, I'll show you.
Starts a fire in the courtroom.
Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom.
Pour some of the 7-Eleven big gulps.
Sorry. That was a bit more fire than I expected, honestly.
Pours a bunch of grape slushy all over it.
If my whiskers had caught on fire.
Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you?
You're talking about what happened to me and my sweet Betsy, my lover, aren't you?
So, yes, so long as you never name your guitar again.
Saw we for
No
the awesome
promises.
judge you.
What?
That's in chat.
Oh, God. Exactly. The night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame.
And, oh god!
When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance.
Wasn't that part of the stage show, though?
Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned.
Betsy, would he name his guitar something as unpretentious as Betsy? Betsy is short for Bestrevious.
Please. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake.
That's right. He got it in Virginia from La Miroir. He said the sound was amazing. Before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes.
So Betsy's guitar so right to its bones. Hair forehead.
Yeah.
Is that lore, or are you joshing us? I mean... Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Lamiere and the guitar suddenly catching on fire.
I sure am. It's really simple when you think. Miss Latou and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed, and the guitar caught fire.
Well, that does seem to make sense. Though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it.
Really? Seems pretty simple to me.
Hair forehead, don't destroy that little respect I have for you.
Well, if I did, then we'll be on an even footing.
Oh, okay, that hurts. I was expecting something
Good.
a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong.
Okay, what the fuck, Gavin?
His simple story makes no sense. Think, that night my guitar caught fire, yes, that cause may have been this indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set.
Oh, that's right. Of course. The guitar caught fire during La Miroir's song.
I'm confused about why there's a problem there.
Because the
Oh, that's
murder
right.
happened in the third set.
But that would match up with what
that would match up with what
Maki's been
Maki
telling
said,
us.
with what Lemire has
Yeah.
said. Basically, it would match up with literally everything in the case, but Clavier doesn't want the truth.
Yeah.
Asshole.
Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated.
Yes, that must be what has been bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty.
See, his story makes no sense.
Are you sure about that?
What exactly do you mean, Mr. Dushers?
Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far.
And what premise is this specifically?
I'm so glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act.
Nani? But Detective Emma Sky heard shots and found the body. All of that happened during the third act.
Gunshots rang out. And according to his testimony, Maki was in that dressing room at the time.
Where are you going with this, Mr. Dushers?
Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony. Namely, that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting.
This is insane!
Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames. We know that a remote-triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all of these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act.
What?
Order! 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 But that goes against the evidence.
In what way, Your Honor?
This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of... But the lyrics!
But the words say.
But the completely anecdotal evidence.
Hey, he's right.
Look, it's in all the scripture.
The bullet is supposed to come after the fire.
You're thinking about it the wrong way.
Huh?
Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway?
Except to throw people off the fucking scent by being like, if I make enough of this similar, this world is fucking stupid enough that everyone will be like, oh, I guess it's just in the lore then. I guess it just follows the prophecy, and then I can do something different from it and no one will suspect it.
It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, isn't it? With little merit for the person doing it.
Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason, but it's lost to time, whatever.
Oh yeah, they sure did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics.
You're saying the order was reversed on purpose?
Reversed, Prosecutor Gavin?
If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes, the shooting would have come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet Airforehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire.
Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way.
Yep.
Order! 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 Now to explain this most unusual situation.
Sure does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second.
Which would make Darian... You know, I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Hey, do any of you need to, like, really go to the bathroom?
I'm good.
I kind of need to pee. I'll promise I'll be real quick.
I was gonna wait for a natural break, but it doesn't look like it's coming anytime soon, so I am going to go pee.
Well, if everyone else is leaving, I'm gonna go see if there's anything I can grab as a quick snack.
Go for it.
Good idea.
We'll be back in just a minute, everyone. BRB.
Welcome back.
Hello. Is a Marina there? Not quite yet.
No.
I'm doing a smart thing and drinking my drinks through a straw, even when they're in a can.
Good. Also, I couldn't find anything quick and quiet to snack on, so instead I'm just petting Cloud.
That's the best snack.
It's almost as good as sustenance.
Oh, ow.
That was an awful sound.
Sorry, yeah, that's look, with my mic cord, it's either I have the cord wrapped up around the arm and so therefore it accidentally gets yanked out and I don't notice, or it's that occasionally my knee hits the thing and makes the whole thing spin. So, pick your poison.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Back to it.
Back to it, do it to it.
Oh, Cloud, please get away from my monitor. I need to read.
Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning.
In what way?
Yes, on contradiction. Sorry, a bunch of foam just came out of the straw and, like, spit at me from my drink. Oh my god, Jesus. Hang on.
You okay over there?
I need to grab, like, a cloth or something. Give me a second. Good grief.
Grab a lesser shirt.
An inferior shirt.
An inferior shirt, yes. One not quite so juicy.
I have some shirts I don't really like anymore.
I mean, I had a pajama shirt that I had to mop up a bunch of water from my chair last night.
Alright. A contradiction, our forehead. Fun I pointed out several times, though. Is it gonna get back to the window? Because we still have to address that somehow. At the time of the crimes, a small window at the scene was closed. How could Lamia have heard a voice through it?
Uh-huh.
I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise.
Uh-huh. Lemir's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice.
What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo?
Look, what do we have? A man saying, press the switch. And near the crime scene, we have a switch.
Was it that she was wearing a headset and she only connected when she walked by?
Walked by the small window.
Which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter.
She said she smelled gunpowder. That could have been the lighter.
Through the small window.
And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be a coincidence. But how do I make it work?
I feel like she would know if it was coming through the headset versus if she was hearing it in...
Actually, let me rephrase that. How do I convince these dumbasses that the truth is the truth?
I see a more direct line of questioning is required. Then the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime. Is that the window was... Oh, if it was during the second set, then the window could have been open.
Yep.
Duh. No shit. Okay, wow. That is so simple. And yet it didn't even occur to me until just now. It was during the second set. The window was open. Duh.
Maybe. I think they said it couldn't be opened.
It says do not open. That doesn't mean it couldn't be opened.
Yeah. If it couldn't be opened, they would not include do not open on it.
Okay.
Care to tell us how Lamia heard the voice?
A key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court?
Okay, Justice, you've just got one thing to prove and one thing only. Lemire heard a voice. And she heard it during the second set. Think, how was she able to hear the voice?
She has divine hearing!
God told her.
So, okay, here's the important detail. Let's just pretend that Clavier has a point and the window was closed. Like, we don't know. We genuinely have no proof if the window was open or not. So, let's just assume, for the sake of argument, it was closed.
The only other way that makes sense is that if she was in the hall instead and she just didn't know, but
Well, no, the window is towards the hall.
Oh, the window's towards the hall. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
take a look. They're not form diagram. The one above it.
Where's
the window's
window?
on the door.
Yeah, and it only opens inward, so you'd have to be in the room to open that. So
Okay.
there's also that in, like, not that that's proof that it wasn't opened or something, but all I will remind you of is bear in mind that she is not very confident in her ability to properly communicate where she was, to properly describe where she was located.
Yes.
She did her best.
And again, she did a disappearing act.
See,
Yeah.
for some reason, I thought the window was over in the top right, over here. I thought the window was
no.
there.
No, it's just a perspective
Yeah.
swap where, like, when you're.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, it's on the door. So again, since we don't have proof that it was open, let's just assume that he is correct and the window.
Eliminate the quote unquote impossible. In this case, is the unprovable, and whatever
Exactly.
remains
Or
is
the
the best thing we
probable,
can
I guess, in this case.
is what we have to
So-
argue. So the last thing left is that she was somewhere else.
Correct. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it, had it been open either. Meaning, it was impossible to hear the voice through that window.
Oh, it is good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be. Whoa, Clavier! I was afraid you might be a Borginian too.
Jesus Christ, buddy.
Good grief.
As I was saying, Lemire could not hear the voice through that window.
God damn.
So there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely.
What's this?
You do amuse me so. Until I thought you and good sense were back on speaking terms. Is there a secret passage that is used for the act? No,
Not a secret passage.
It's not a secret to us.
she wasn't in the vent, was she?
We already know exactly where she was. We just don't know where that she was there. We know the location.
No, I'm afraid you and good sense speak entirely two different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Air Forehead? Lamia clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window, and there's only one small window at the scene.
Uh-huh. Are you sure about that? You racist motherfucker? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene?
There is?
Ah, I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well. You claim Lamiere heard the voice from another location.
Okay. So if Clavier was stating that Apollo doesn't understand English and thus is Borginian, how many Borginians do we know that all speak and understand English? What is it? All of them? Literally every
Yeah,
single
3
one
for
that we've
3
met?
so far.
All of the 3 for 3.
Three for three. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's not what he was saying. He was just being racist.
Oh, yeah.
Show us where this location was.
Lemire heard the voice from
Yeah,
here.
that's the window I thought we were talking about the whole time.
It's still not that one.
But I mean, it's not on the
You can
door
you can
because
still see it's closed.
see, it's not on the door. Yeah, like
It's
that.
supposed to be, because that's where the hallway is.
I thought there's another hall over here, and that's where she was.
Well, either way, it's not that
Regardless,
window.
it's not that small window.
Yeah, I knew okay. The vent is the only other thing I can think of. Let me think though. Is it the vent?
Yes. it's the
Broaden
vent.
your idea of small window.
What
I
is
like-
a small surface that she could see through, and she doesn't
Small
understand
window,
the language very well.
Open mind.
I cannot aim high enough. Is this close enough?
A little more to the right, but yeah.
It is not letting me. Okay.
Is
No,
it the
I'm
other
just.
vent?
No, it's that one.
Is it okay?
Just yeah, right there should be good. This is where Lemire heard the voice from.
But that's no small window. That's an air vent.
You don't call those small windows here.
So what did she tell us again? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language, though she speaks it extremely well. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window.
Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous speed. So Lamia was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice?
That's the only logical explanation. Yeah.
Look, you keep saying that word, and I do not think you know what it means, Air Forehead.
Okay. What about it isn't logical?
hardly merits saying. Why would Lamierre be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat! No offense intended to her, of course.
The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lemire?
I forgot she was here, honestly. It's been a moment.
You have been listening to our discussion here, yes?
Yes. I admit it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed, but why should that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter.
The problem here is words. Lemire, the small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on the wall?
Yes, it was up on the ceiling.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Order! Order! I will have order!
Yeah, for the record, what I'm imagining is that there's two parallel hallways, and there's that window that we were talking about the whole time there, and the other hallway just goes from one side of the stage to the other. That's what I was imagining, and then the other hallway was like the dressing room hallway. And I was confused why you guys were saying it was on the door, but it doesn't seem to matter at all because she was in the fucking vents because
the only hallway we're ever in.
Big Dick Swing over here was too busy saying, "Oh, magician's secret can never tell," to help us with a murder case.
Yeah, I was thinking it was on the door because that's the only fucking place where there's a hallway.
I was just assuming there was a second hallway, and the reason she wasn't being specific. I don't know, but there's a window there, so I guess there is. My estimation
is that leads to the outside, not to another hallway. Meaning that if she was in the hallway, she would not have been able to see through that window. Because why would there be a hallway with no doors going into it through all of the rooms?
My presumption was that it was just that she was taking a weird, like, back hallway that isn't used very often.
I'm not arguing why would Lemire go that way. I'm arguing why would that way exist? Why would there be an entire... Yeah, why would there be an entire hallway dedicated to access to 0 rooms and one small, unopenable window each?
What?
There would be no reason.
I'm imagining an extremely specific thing, so you're gonna have to go with me on this. I watched a documentary about the Jonas Brothers when I was younger, and for one of their live concerts, they had a thing where at the end they would like jump off of the stage and dive and disappear into the stage. And the way they did that is they jumped into
the air vent, yes.
Yeah, well, into an airbag, and then there was a hallway that just goes under the stage that was purely for staff working like pyrotechnics and sound. And
there are understage hallways, but
that's what I was imagining.
Under the stage.
But again, but those also lead to things.
Yeah,
You have to be able to get out of it again.
Yeah.
I can understand what your brain
about
is.
it too hard for the record.
Yes.
Again, there has to be some connecting tissue to merit a hallway's existence. Otherwise, most likely, it just leads to the outside.
But either way, it doesn't matter now because she was in the vents.
Yep.
Witness, you will clarify the statement to the court. Are you in fact saying you were up above the ceiling of the room, and that's where you heard the moment of the crime?
Yes, in fact I was. I am sorry. I never imagined it would become such an important point.
Yes. Well, if I might ask, why the fuck were you up there?
Can't say. Wing ding big dick swing.
Signed a contract in blood.
I believe it's time for another testimony.
I'm not sure I can. I can't. In Virginia, magicians are killed if they reveal their secrets.
Oh no, not Wing Ding.
May I remind you, this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony.
I'm okay if he fucking takes the big swing. I'm okay with that.
Hey. Think of Trucy. I forgot her name for a second.
Okay, I mean, yes, that's the most Trucy thing in the world is forgetting that she's Trucy. But more importantly, fuck him.
The next
We'll
headline.
Get her another dad, another uncle.
The headline for the next Virginian Times article: Wing Ding McBig Neck Swing.
Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room, please.
Well, looks like I'm on the right track.
Meanwhile, Gavin is absolutely dying at the idea of a vent being able to be called
Also-
a window.
Sorry, but I did want to. I was hoping there would be a better moment for this. Well. Seems like your thinking is just a little too American, Air Prosecutor.
I'm not from America, what? Shit, he knows. He knows this is Japan, and we've been Truman showing him this whole time.
Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I had heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter.
That's presumably what we want to hit on.
Bound to secrecy?
In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold.
But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So did this happen during the second set?
I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard.
Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail.
That's what the cross-examination is for, yeah, forehead? Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. I was really caught up on that small window thing. I'm back to myself now. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission.
Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
What are you gonna do, Apollo?
Well, I'm gonna find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her.
Alright. I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I heard there was a small window there before. I was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on the matter. I'm assuming we want to hit on this.
And exactly who bound you to secrecy?
I'm not sure I'm allowed to say who it was. I don't remember that in the No. The contract didn't say I couldn't say that. I think perhaps that is all right.
A sniper rifle dot hovers over her forehead.
Like saying the name summons him here, and he's like, shrimp, eating shrimp.
Oh no!
It was Valiant Grammar. Perhaps you know him from television once? Or your local grocery store parking lot?
Valiant Grammar? That?
You mean Uncle Valen?
What? Valiant Grammar Team Deathmatch?
No.
Who's Valiant
Stop it.
Grammar?
Stop it.
A grand magician, the one responsible for the illusion performed during our concert.
Interesting reaction, Prosecutor Gavin.
Well, he didn't know about his guitar catching fire. He also probably didn't know about how the act was being performed.
To be fair, do you think he paid attention to anyone other than his own guitar and performance?
Yeah. Lamire was bound to secrecy.
Other than nitpicking that something sounded slightly off once.
It's gonna take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk. And I think I know why she was up there, but how do I prove it?
So that wasn't added to the testimony. I thought that's what was going to happen.
No. Unfortunately, it was a good thought, but it's
is
not really.
the videotape...
It's not really relevant to. Yeah, you could. I was gonna say you could present on here like the videotape.
That's what I figured. Yeah.
But who swore her to secrecy isn't really relevant in what we're proving at this very moment.
Yeah.
Lamire, truth be told, the reason for your presence above the ceiling is honestly quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance.
What happened?
Was this motherfucker paid 500,000 American dollars to help set up this performance, and his big trick was, you climb through the vent, and then, boom, magic!
Yeah, he's a magician, yes. That's what magicians do. Yep, it's all right here on this video.
That's you. Oh, wait, no. Okay, never mind. I thought
I made a promise to Austin that I wouldn't
This
sing.
is correct. This is explicitly correct.
I am a person of my word.
My question is, how did she get from the raised platform into the vents?
Again, there's probably a chute below her that, like, with a trapdoor that
Yeah, she
opens,
can
and then she
jump
falls
down
to
to a
an
matter.
she
Well,
falls to an airbag.
No, absolutely. But
like the
when you
Jonas
look at
Brothers.
them, but when you look at it from above, do you see one?
I mean, the animators were too busy with this amazing 3D graphics to think about how the entire premise of this case needed to be depicted in this scene.
As we can see, Lemire was clearly not on stage for her entire performance.
Ah.
Though it saddens me to be so realistic.
I like the idea of Apollo pulling out one of those, like, today we're watching a movie in class, like, TVs on a dolly.
Yes.
For everyone, look at this tiny CRT screen.
Lemire is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So, the only explanation is that she was hidden from view. And during that time, she moved to the back of the forum.
Apollo!
What? Trucy, what is it?
It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules.
The
I
rules, Apollo!
I
Rules. I'm 15.
I will tell you this as nicely as I can, Trucy, because you are my friend. Of all the things in this world, the rules of a magician overriding the rules of a court murder case is the absolute last on my list.
Phoenix very specifically left a note behind that said, rules of murder overwrite rules of magic, and then in parentheses, sorry, Trucy.
But I am a lawyer. I'm not supposed to be nice.
Yeah.
This is all very fascinating, but how is it possible? There was only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin?
This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed, don't
Aha!
you? He's just realizing his own gross oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here, we can trace a route through the ceiling, and it goes from the stage, through the backstage, to the rear of the forum. Recall Lemire's testimony from yesterday.
I was on my way back from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it.
She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of the route above the ceiling!
Lemire knew of this because of her part in the illusion, but she wasn't the only one who knew.
What?
Just now in the lobby, Maki told me something interesting.
I know. If I open the vents, I can leave stage and backstage.
He said that?
Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin?
I knew about the vanishing act, of course, yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me?
I mean, that question kind of answers itself, huh?
Yeah.
Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis, and you didn't need to know. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know.
So
He was gonna use the same stunt again next week.
So basically, we have to consider, are we gonna ruin this magician's life or solve a murder case? Tough decision.
This isn't a
Real.
choice. Which is why he bound Lemire to secrecy. Well, Lemire,
I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Maki was right about you.
So, what does this mean? Are you saying that you use this route above the ceiling?
I did.
Well, that's that, but I'm still a little confused.
what about, Your Honor?
As I said before, there was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds, tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice.
Honestly, that's a very good question.
Can the witness explain this to the court?
Hyperlegs.
I cannot. You know, I said with the contract.
Very well. Mr. Justice?
Yep.
It's all up to you.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Do your thing.
What thing, Your Honor? You mean doing the entire court's work by myself?
You need to explain how Lamia was able to teleport.
Okay, so doing the entire court's work by myself.
Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater.
Oh, God, please don't conjure that image.
I mean, like,
So, take a look at the first page of the evidence.
first page. Okay, that's
Mhm.
here.
What on here have we not used very much? Well, there's
I mean,
two things.
The
but
mixing
there-
board, I know that.
Yeah, but we use that specifically for a different puzzle.
I know a brooch, but
Just keep in mind the items on here, and we'll go forward.
okay.
Why do I get picked on? It's Lemire who wasn't going along with a program here.
As I have stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail.
Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her.
Yes, if you would, please.
Such horseshit.
Okay. I feel like a student before finals.
Good luck, Apollo!
The big illusion.
I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage, where a stagehand
A
waited.
stagehand. Okay.
From there, one can enter the form on the opposite side from the stage.
Was there a fucking body double? That's the first thing that comes to mind, but
The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes.
2 minutes!
I was on my way when I heard a voice. The voice. God.
2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens.
I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something.
As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice.
Yeah, okay, yeah, right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find a contradiction between what Lemire is saying and what we can see plainly in the video.
I figured it out already. I am a magician after
then
all.
tell me, Trucy.
Well, fucking help then.
Not a chance. I am a magician after all. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on.
This is why you're just Diet Maya.
Okay, alright. Followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There was an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there,
Diet Maya is, of course, also the opposite of the Maya diet, which is
Yes.
eating exclusively the only fried
McDonald's.
fast foods. Yes, exactly.
Only McDonald's.
McDonald's. One
McDonald's.
can enter the form of the opposite side of the stage. Okay. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running.
But running in that cramped, dark tunnel above the ceiling?
Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit makes no difference to me.
I mean, yeah, that's true, but I don't expect you to be sprinting in that getup, if you feel me.
I am wearing 9-inch heels.
Yeah, oh my god.
What you're saying is that the night of the concert you made the trip in 2 minutes?
Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway.
Mira disappears on the video for 20 seconds. But she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. So how is that possible?
If you want my professional opinion, all of the answers right there in that video.
Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us? Something that could explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony.
Okay, let me take a look. You said
I
it
was gonna
some-
say, we can watch...
on the first page.
Yes, if you want a hint, we can watch the video.
Okay, yeah, I do want to watch it
when
and see if I can figure it out.
Yeah, when I first played, I noticed it as soon as we found the piece of evidence.
I think I just got it, but I'm gonna... Yep, bingo. I just got it.
Uh-huh.
Just got it.
Yup. Evidence explaining the discrepancy.
I mean, it doesn't really explain the discrepancy, but it opens the door to explain it.
Yeah, it would back up an explanation.
There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between the video and testimony.
Okay. I'm right?
Yes. I mean, even if you weren't, you could take a hit. Lemire, do you happen to remember this brooch?
Aha, the brooch! We saw that yesterday, did we not?
It was found at the scene, Your Honor.
And you're bringing this up now, why? I thought we had already determined that when that was dropped.
So did I, but we had not. Take another look at the video.
Yep, she's wearing the brooch at the beginning of the set, but she's not at the end. Whoa! What? What? What is that?
That's your friend, dear to hell.
Holy shit! Who's this? Who's this fine friend?
Connor, I don't know why you're freaking out. It's just Shelly to kill her.
Yeah, naturally.
What the fuck? Okay, that's going on the collage.
Well, for sure, our little ghost friend here to kill us all because we discovered the secret of the body doubles. This is the real reason you can't reveal a magician's secret. It unleashes a tiny demon.
What the fuck?
What a lad. What a lad.
Beautiful lad.
Looks kind of like it's winking at us too. Like,
yeah.
You figured out my secret. I have to kill you now. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you now.
Uh-huh. Okay, I'm not against the collage right now.
Oh yes, naturally.
Sorry, Jesus, I think the shrooms kicked in. Here you can see she's wearing the brooch.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I'm gonna make him a little brighter because since he's already so dark.
I can safely say when I first played through this did not happen because I would remember this.
Oh, yeah.
That said, I'm upset because I feel like I was robbed of this man.
It's like a weirdly like kawaii slender man.
I've never seen this dude.
Why is this dude?
Beautiful lad.
All dressed to the nines, too. Look at that little suit. Here for the concert.
All right, I've saved it. Let's move on.
Yes, please.
Oh, he's just gonna be there, I guess.
Oh, okay, thanks, bud.
So she is.
Let's look a bit later.
Bye, friend.
Bye-bye.
Please show up again in a different pose.
It's just zoomed in on his face.
Slightly closer, zoomed into its face, and it's more menacing.
Damn it.
What? The brooch! It's gone!
Wait, you're focused on the brooch? What about the tiny...
Wait, the tiny man? My entire
tiny man?
case hinges on the tiny man!
The tiny man is also gone. Therefore...
What?
Yep. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds. And it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. The Lemire we see before the Vanishing Act and the Lemire we see after are two different people.
What?
The brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene. And not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lemire, tell me. Did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime?
Yes, I think I did.
Order! Prosecutor Gavin!
From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Judge. I of course knew about. Totally.
What?
Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time.
That has literally been my entire case that you have been actively refuting. You're not slick. Stop it. So I was right. There was a switch?
There was. Just before the stage's tower rose, Lamia was replaced. You know, with a replacer. A replicant.
While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement Lamia?
The man behind the illusion, Valiant Grammari. Was this motherfucker wearing a dress and a goddamn wig?
Literally,
I really
his
hope
whole
so.
trick was literally, oh, you'll leave, and then I'll be there and I'm you. That's it. That's the trick.
Wait, Grammari was the one in the dress? Holy shit. That's actually very impressive. But I still don't get one thing.
How did he grow his facial hair back that quick? That is magic.
God.
That is magic. Yes.
The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on stage.
Oh, this is
That's
going
right.
automatically.
But this fake Lemire is still singing. And she's pretty good.
That's true.
On Apollo? That's an easy one.
All these live performances are faked. It was just...
It's all auto-tune, Apollo. Silly Apollo. Lip syncing, Apollo.
The Gaviniers on some kind of air guitar band, Fraulein.
Oh, you mean I'm wrong?
Then we play a show live. We play live. No recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lamia.
Very well.
Yes, do tell, and add it to your testimony.
Had to keep singing even when I moved. I mean, like... Is there
Okay.
another statement after this, or is that
No,
it? I was gonna say, like,
that's
that,
just the new statement.
that makes sense to me, but wouldn't we have heard...
Just press on it for now.
Okay.
We don't have anything directly to contradict it. You were singing while there were gunshots.
Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this.
Wait, so you're singing the whole time?
Oh, guitars! You were like, bump, 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 as she's climbing through the vents.
Yeah, they seem pretty big,
Yeah.
just not big enough.
Yeah.
Even when you were crawling above the ceiling towards the backstage?
Why should it matter where I sing, where everything I go is the same darkness?
There's just a horrible echo the entire time.
You can hear
That
9-inch
is-
heels clacking.
I'm sorry, that's not what I was getting at.
But if you were singing while you were walking,
That's right. When the shooter and the victim of her, she was singing right over their heads after all.
I was singing real quiet. Shh.
That's what I was getting at.
Are you sure?
You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling.
Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime.
What state?
I know what he means. That old speaker Apollo.
The
Oh!
Oh.
Oh!
Yep, there was a speaker to play the concert.
Oh
and-
wait,
and-
hold
yeah, so
on,
you could hear.
hold on. Alternatively, what this would actually do then is, as she's walking by the vent, there would just be a terrible feedback noise.
Yes.
Just an absolutely fucking abysmal feedback.
That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder.
Oh, that's for monitoring the stage from this room, and so murderers can't know they're being listened to.
Monitoring?
Hello, Wolf, or Ripper, either way. Welcome aboard.
It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up.
Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. The murder speaker, we call it. At my request, actually.
So, Lemire singing in the ceiling sounded just like Lemire singing over the speaker.
Ingenious! Her voice was hidden by her voice!
Huh.
Lemire?
I have just remembered something.
Do tell!
When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so I fell through the vent. I stopped singing.
What?
I forgot the words I was supposed to sing.
The song... Wait, the song stopped?
Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice.
Hang on. They're probably about to showcase that. Forehead! That mixing board I lent you! There is it!
The what?
That machine, Apollo! The one that breaks music into tracks!
Oh, right, this piece of shit. Yeah, I kind of forget I repress every gift that Clavier gives me.
Yeah,
There's just an
thanks,
entire
Clavier.
pile of roses in his fucking trash can at home. Here, catch! Throws it across the courtroom.
Alright, let's take a listen.
Oh, I can't actually do anything here. God, the fucking sunglasses.
Mm-hmm.
Pleasure, but a fleeting melody.
I also want to point out, this is also visible from the beginning, the problem. Wait, the song does stop there.
Pleasure, pleasure.
Pleasure, pleasure.
Oh, shit. Okay.
That's actually available from the beginning to figure out.
It does? I must have missed it.
Look at the lyric sheet at the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again.
To the whole song from the start.
Oh my god.
This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake.
The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lemire's ballad.
If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter.
Which means that Darian Crescend could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin?
Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains.
And what's that, Prosecutor Gavin?
Our Forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it is entirely based on Lamierre's testimony.
And is there a problem with that?
Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendant? Is it what? Hey, but I have an idea. What if no? What if not?
But you have no proof.
All I'm saying is that the truth is... Listen, I am the enlightened centrist. Until we hear directly from the man himself.
The man? You don't mean...
Yes. So he is a friend and a band member. Darren Crescent is a cop. He is a bastard. Get him on the stand. I see no other way.
You are not much better.
As
Someone with a new perspective on the case?
as a suspect, to be frank. This is nearly over, though, right? Is it?
Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole.
The shark crap.
And I'm ready to catch him. Darian Crescend, get ready for justice.
No worries. No worries, Congus. I appreciate it either way.
It's as good a time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin.
I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are.
Very well. Court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess.
He's the last person
To be
who needs to be
continued.
reminded.
Okay,
Yeah.
how are we all feeling right now?
I'm fine as long
yeah.
as I'm done before 7.
We will be.
Which is
Okay.
5
There
for
is-
you right now, right?
There is probably not enough for another full stream.
Okay, so I am going to go pee really quick. We're just going to take a short break to go. I'm going to go pee, grab a drink, and then we will finish this up.
Sounds good. I should probably grab something to eat real quick if I can.
I wish I had food.
I'll do a 2-minute break, and if you can like get a bowl of cereal at least or something, Austin, it's okay.
That will still be very loud.
We'll be back in.
I'm not eating on mic.
A few minutes, everyone. BRB. Hey, light.
Good girl. You want to meow into the microphone? Make some friends? My apologies. She does not seem to want to meow into the microphone and make friends. I feel like a Bond villain sitting here with lightning in my lap. I will send her your love. There you go. One love delivered. Square, you did not miss a cat. She's just sitting on my lap.
Hey, who's around?
I mean, just the two of us.
Kick it.
I mean, if Connor wanted
I'm
for
here.
the
I
band,
just
okay.
I'm eating.
Connor could steal lightning away and put her on screen.
I just kind of want to get through this right now.
Fair enough.
I am drenched in sweat. I am. My fever has not gone down as much as I was hoping it would.
Sucks
so-
to suck.
Also, you need to eat, and Marina is just generally not feeling great either.
I mean, yeah, but who needs
Alright.
sustenance? I have a cat.
Yeah,
Fair.
you have a cat to fuel you.
Yeah,
Here we
I
go.
give her pets.
Oh, Paulo! I
Good
can't
girl.
believe it.
Alright, piss off.
Really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of Lamar's performance?
And just so you know, I said piss off when she was already getting up and leaving. She's like, oh, you're starting. You're starting. Time to go. Alright. Why she was in that air vent, and that switch, and the flaming guitar, when you link it all together, that's what you end up with.
I knew you had what it took. Oh, Christ.
No, that was just Phoenix doing it. Ah, Daddy!
That was my impression of Gavin. What did you think?
It's great, Daddy. I love you.
Oh god, it's you. Wait, you believed in me?
Not really.
Okay, that sounds
I
more
mean,
like
I
it.
taught you so.
Yeah, okay, that actually makes me feel better.
I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance than say, hiya!
Why do I even bother hoping? with you?
Wow!
Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all, and we live there.
Sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission.
Ooh, secret? You mean like you're undercover?
Like Mr. Latou, only shorter and not as well dressed.
Oh no. What if you're shot too, Daddy? Not
Oh,
again.
I was! I'm bleeding profusely.
Daddy!
My life will get significantly easier.
Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again.
Then why did you show up? Leave.
He's required to in the adoption papers. It says at least once a week.
Oh my god! Oh, and one thing before I go.
What?
Good luck.
Right. So where's the part where you fuck off?
Is there a personal canon that the reason that Phoenix acts so un-Phoenix-like in these games is because he's just like on painkillers the whole time? The entire time?
Yeah, like he took enough painkillers from his car accident to become like omnipotent. Because again, that's the big problem is that he's too smart. Like Phoenix is not a smart man.
Phoenix was only in this game because of corporate meddling, from what you remember.
That doesn't surprise me.
Because it does feel almost more like a different character or a very quickly written character.
Definitely a different character, especially in the fourth trial. He feels nothing like Phoenix Wright.
I really
that's why
like the idea of a Phoenix who's fallen from grace, but this is a weird way of doing
It's
it.
the way he talks. It's just not quite like Phoenix because it's Phoenix on painkillers.
Well, again, yeah, we know that he presented forged evidence, but we'll learn more about that in the final trial.
Yeah, I don't know about it, so no spoils.
Yeah, obviously. But, again, the big problem with how Phoenix is presented is the fact that after his fall from grace, he became a better lawyer. And I don't like that because that's not how Phoenix would react to that. Some people would. Like Edgeworth, when he fucking quit, genuinely came back better than ever. Phoenix is not that type of guy.
Yeah.
Like, he just
As we've
isn't.
seen from what he does when things go very wrong for him.
Yeah, he's just not that type of guy. So it feels like, to use Dragon Ball's reference, it feels like Gohan. There's Gohan, and then there's the adult version that we're being told is the same character who has learned none of the lessons of the previous iteration.
Making the same mistakes.
Consistently, yes.
I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Makitabai off the hook, no doubt.
Yeah, but
you're after that detective, aren't you?
Daring Crescend, yep.
It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system.
Well, I mean, it will be easy proving it, it'll just be difficult getting it.
Prosecuting him.
But I know what you mean.
What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based off of one fragile assumption, namely that our diva divine is telling the truth.
But what about all that proof? The brooch and the switch?
A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain those things, the flaming guitar too, all because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case.
But
If the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like butter in a frying pan, or like a guitar in the hands of Javin? I think his name was Javin? Leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure.
No, I think that's you, buddy. So what the hell do you want me to do?
Like I said, good luck! And be aware that it'll be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods.
Oh, God.
That reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend.
Oh, something from Emma? Okay, now I'm interested.
Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Ah, here it is. What?
That's really depressing. Phoenix. Oh,
Wow.
Here,
Here's
looks like maybe you need this.
here's some
more
bus
than me.
fare. Do you need somewhere to stay?
Wow, condescending of you. I have an office to sleep in. Let her know, Daddy.
Sure, they've been continuously trying to evict me, but I'm like, 30 days.
They don't look like very good snacking material.
They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder.
Gunpowder?
Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the ones kids are... You know how kids are into firecrackers? These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually.
Under the sofa, huh?
Hey, Apollo. That's where we found that little device thingy.
That would be
Yep,
what
sure
the
is.
gunshots that we thought we heard.
Right. Yeah, this.
So the igniter lights the firecrackers to go off, and then it... Okay. I see.
Also, Square, on the topic of Apollo Justice Phoenix going right back to Trilogy Phoenix, I'm okay with that specifically because Apollo Justice Phoenix isn't Phoenix.
Yeah, it doesn't
Like
feel
the-
like the same sort of character.
The fact that they go back, I wish they just would release Apollo Justice and get rid of Phoenix or rewrite him as Phoenix.
Yeah, because you could easily rewrite some of the dialogue, or it would probably be easier than making a whole nother character in play, like whatever character they originally planned to have, or if the dialogue was just rushed and therefore had no real thought put into if it would work with Phoenix, or if someone else entirely wrote it, or just was like, this guy's an idiot, you gotta make it more cool and clever. They're like, you do know this is a Phoenix Wright game, It says Apollo Justice
That
on
I
this
agree
one.
with. I like the relationship between Phoenix and Trucy. My point is he should be Goofy Dad because that's what he was.
Yeah, exactly.
To Maya and Pearl.
He can
as
be
opposed
sick
to-
Goofy Dad.
Yeah,
He'd be
as
bad to
opposed
be
to
Dad and be Phoenix.
as opposed to homeless Jesus Dad.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, well,
it
it's
just
the fact
isn't
that
fitting.
He's just so like smart. And again, with my canon that he's on painkillers, it makes sense.
Yeah,
He probably thinks he's
I'm down for that. Or maybe he is an alcoholic and he thinks he's been drinking grape juice this entire time.
Oh,
That
or
could-
he puts it in the grape juice.
Well, then he goes to rehab because he's back to good old Phoenix
Yep.
after this.
Good for him. You know what?
And then
Good for him.
and then he grows in a more natural pattern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is his slump. This is
Yeah.
We
the
all
part-
have them.
This is the part of the hero's journey where one of the wheels of the wagon breaks. You know, every hero's journey.
Yeah. Well, finally, some evidence that makes sense at least.
Burned fragments added to the court record.
Though I sure as hell don't trust it coming from him.
That's all for me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe.
Right.
Is this gonna be the same shit as before, and these are just fake firecracker fragments that fuck... Sorry, hold on. Every man has an igniter inside him.
No. Say
is-
that like he is stoned beyond belief, and it is the most.
No, you don't understand. This is a threat. He pulls out another switch. Every man in this courtroom has an igniter inside of him.
Only the men.
Every man has an igniter inside him.
Fucking what?
Find Darian Crescen's igniter and set it off.
blow him up in court.
I'm wondering if this is more fucking, like, more forged evidence, and if Darren's gonna be like, but we cleaned up the firecracker fragments! Wait, what? Fuck!
And he just passed out on the floor. Just like a magician.
Anyways,
Anyway, steps on him to go to the door.
What does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean?
Well, he probably wants us to break all the laws again, asshole.
Yeah. Yes.
That's that whole discussion, basically.
We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy.
Phoenix has a kill switch for every human being, every man specifically. I'm saying
Every man,
Specifically, yes.
explicitly for men. Wait a minute. Now, hang on. That brings up an interesting point.
Mhm.
When does he install them?
at birth. So,
Okay, but then if you like, if your gender identity
Congratulations,
changes,
it's
that's what I'm saying is that
does he remove
keeps
them?
he keeps active tabs and like, oh, sorry, that I was wrong to have put that lighter inside of you. Let me go ahead and remove that.
Disappearing on us.
Yeah, that's where he's going to
do.
do. That's what he's going to do.
Takes a lot of time.
But how does he remove it? Where is it located?
In the armpit. That's why.
Have you ever
there
checked your
has
armpit
to
before?
Be hair there. Because if there wasn't, you'd see the igniter kindling. Ever heard of it?
You know, I was gonna say I hate my life, but that's not true. I hate all of your lives.
Court is now
We
back
should-
in session.
Wish you didn't have them.
Prosecutor Gavin, where is Detective Crescend?
In the fitness lounge, ready to be called at any time.
Very well.
Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darian was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. Right?
Oh, I know, Air Forehead. And vice versa for trans men, exactly.
Yes. He just comes and then inserts one into your
Congratulations,
armpit.
you're valid, but also I am gonna have to sew this remote a lighter into your armpit.
So he's Santa, but for kill switches.
Yes.
Yes.
Very well. Call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darian Crescend.
Here we go. Name and occupation, please.
Darian Crescend, Detective, Criminal Affairs Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who don't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Governors. Maybe you've heard of us.
Do you fully understand the circumstances with which you stand before today was put before us?
Yep, got it, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner.
What do you mean let this happen, dude? What, do you mean the law?
You gave me your word I wouldn't
What
be standing
the fuck?
here.
The situation has changed, Darian. And don't call me partner.
So much for old friends.
Darian, you're making yourself look super guilty right now, dude.
Yeah, I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial.
My girlfriend is
Literally,
transitioning
Clavier
into-
was-
Yeah, does that mean her igniter will be removed? It already has.
Yeah.
So essentially is this that Clavier was like, hold on a second, everyone, wait, and just gets Darian, sets him in the road, gets in the bus, and then drives the bus over.
No, it's that he prepares the bus. He like brushes down the
He
seat,
had the
fills it up
bus
with
the
gas,
whole time, ready to
and
go.
then shows Apollo to the bus driver's seat. Like, go for it. He's in the road. It's fine.
Yes, it's high time we began. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lamierre's testimony. In fact, you have anything to say about it?
I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in
Oh,
Virginia.
okay, so you're also racist. This is an accurate cop presentation.
Yes. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Ha.
I'm from Boston.
I'm from here. I'm from literally here. I was born in this fucking 7-Eleven.
I was born in the 7-Eleven courtroom.
Look at me and tell me I wasn't born in the 7-Eleven courtroom.
Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Well, here goes nothing.
My epidural was a blue raspberry slushy.
It's nice to come in flavors, though, you know, because some things are like real nauseating to some people. It's nice to have options.
The diva's lying, plain and simple. She got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if. Didn't Detective Emma Skye hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man.
Wow, you are really just letting us walk all over you, huh?
So you claim Lamierre's testimony was a lie?
Hey, don't get me wrong. I dig what she's doing, trying to protect the kid. I really do. And she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind.
Wow, dude! You go too far, Darian!
Look, all I'm saying is, you got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective?
Detective Sky, I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
Didn't waste any time finding our weak spots. I can't do this with Lemire testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove that the shooting took place when it's...
Okay, so Diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice.
I kind of feel bad giving this guy Rahito's voice, because Rahito is not a piece of shit. Like, he's not good, but he's not a piece of shit.
Didn't Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyways? I feel like we should...
So, we can present straight away.
Okay, let me think for a second then. Wait, no, okay, there's nothing here to...
Yeah.
Okay. Hang on.
So we heard something,
took place
and
when I was on stage, man.
Okay, we were just given something that would explain gunshots, whether it's of dubious origin or not.
I just didn't think
And
we were gonna hit it this soon.
From
Oh,
Emma
yeah.
Sky.
That's fair.
Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial.
Yeah, you're thinking of Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. This is the first Apollo Justice game.
Yeah, those are the only two that are 3D.
I mean, other than the beautiful cutscene we had of that concert.
And the good.
I don't know what you're talking about. There's no cutscene. There's no cutscene.
What things?
The first was the small device.
That's the remote-controlled igniter.
Correct. And one more thing.
What are those? The remains of something burnt? None of their guitar, I hope.
Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We had a report that it was something like a firecracker.
God, how does he know about this shit?
What? You think Detective Sky works for you? I've received the reports this morning before coming here. That was when I made my decision, actually.
What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin?
I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial, just in case.
Beep beep.
Any
You
days-
the beast vessel.
All aboard, everyone!
This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. Yeah, the truth generally is. So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off right when two witnesses came walking by? Ha! It's not like they were on a remote trigger or something.
That's right. Remote trigger or something. Darian was on stage when it happened to Polo. No. How would he know someone was backstage right now?
If a firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one to hear it, yeah, well, you get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man?
Wasn't the headset on the floor?
Yeah, sure was, wasn't it?
Yeah, which could just be a convenient, oh no, there was a headset on the floor, someone dropped it. Or it could be, oh, I heard voices, bing.
Oh, God. How the hell do I explain this?
You may not look it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he'll be sure to find it.
You may not look it, partner. Gee, thanks, dude.
Do not call me partner. That reminds me, I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself, and I saw something odd there just before the third set.
Sorry, it just occurred to me. Do not call me partner. Your racism I could abide, but your ableism I could not.
I can forgive racism, but ableism is where I draw the line. You
can forgive racism? Something odd.
On headset. The kind that all the band and staff members were wearing.
Oh, that's right. We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room.
Surprise, Darian! This is a two-way street and I put you in the middle of it! 2 buses! What if that headset wasn't dropped, but placed? And what if it was turned on?
It hurts. It's extra hurtful because it's their tour bus. So the last thing Darian sees before
Is a big
he's thrown
Gavin
under
Years
it,
logo.
it's the big face of Clavier.
You could hear what was going on in that hallway. Even if you were out on stage.
I'm...
What
the fuck?
Whose side are you on, Gavin?
Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in a court of law.
Oh, like you believe that.
Which is why I now turn to you, Air Forehead. I've got a question for you.
Oh, God. What is it?
The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. It's certainly a possibility that they were there as a part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset all the way into the mix and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake, we can't say. You've raised the possibility that the shots heard during this third set were faked. Now you'll need to prove the other half of the case.
The other half? Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act. While our little piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin?
Indeed. If you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless.
Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove the crime took place during the second set?
Yeah, totally. Probably.
I don't know if I can. If I have anything... Would it be easier to prove it didn't happen during the third set, is what I'm trying to think.
We can. I promise you we can.
Okay.
We have the evidence required.
Alright.
You better know, Apollo. The ways we're through.
Yeah, it can be proven.
You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you.
Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony, if you would.
This isn't gonna be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. You right, kid? 'Cause I am.
Okay.
Yeah, you can just present here.
Set. If you're so sure, let's see your proof. Okay. How do we know for certain that it took place during the second set?
Okay.
Let me
To
think.
do so, let us just assume that, like, Darian was able to hear things through the headset. Let's assume that theory is correct. That he's able to hear things through the headset. That would mean he would have to hit the switch himself. Right? Which would mean he would have to take his hand off his guitar.
Bingo!
Correct?
No, hang on.
Bingo!
Wait,
Go for it.
This is really indirect, but yes, it does work.
Well, again, it proves that it would prove when his hand was off the guitar to hit the switch, even if just for a second.
Yeah, because there's only one way. There's only certain ways that instrument makes sound,
Yeah.
and we know that they played live.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It would seem there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lemire's song. What, her song?
What exactly is this device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps?
5 minutes, dude! Don't get me started on gramophone.
I call it a grandpaphone. Get it? Because I'm an old grandpa.
I'm a little
God
upset
love
that
me.
I went almost Larry for that one. This device was used to record the performance part by part.
Part?
You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lamia's voice included.
Oh, but what does this prove?
According to Lemire's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song.
Ah, you intend to examine the recording of that Oh, I see. Yeah, we might even hear those gunshots.
Exactly. Ridiculous.
Oh, he's sweating.
How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage?
Have you forgotten, Darian? We were all wearing these headsets. So all we have to do is lower everything except the vocal track and raise the vocal track. We were all deeply involved in our performance, but Lamia's headset would have picked up what she heard all the time.
Then let's get to analyzing that recording right now.
So it's right
Lemire
at the beginning of the
stopped
second
singing
set.
when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot, and I'll find the gunshots.
Okay, so which one is her singing? Okay. Oh, I can't. Huh. I thought I
Okay,
could like
so-
click to. Then go. Do I? What do I do once I found it? I found it. What now? Ah, bingo.
There you go. Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lemire's vocals.
Beautiful.
I did hear something faintly there, yes. Why, it sounded like a gunshot.
What? This has to be some kind of mistake. My hair's gone limp.
I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lamia's testimony was true.
Ugh.
Order! So she was telling the truth about what she heard.
That was the other man speaking, not Mr. Letou.
Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch now.
And just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire.
My Betsy. Detective Crescent, you were on stage during the second set. You could have done it.
But why did we only hear one gunshot in the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from the weapon?
Lemire was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shots. But then, as she passed over the dressing room,
Yep.
the gun fired again, and Mr. Letou's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent.
Not exactly. There was a long gap between the second gunshot and his life being taken.
No.
Yeah, I mean, he did slowly die.
Once again, I'm reminded of something. The keys to this bus are available for anyone to use. Our performance that day.
We've even got a shower. Hop on, everyone.
Jacuzzi!
Your performance?
Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Air Forehead. What is with you today? Problem after problem. Octurne. My hog won't start. My guitar case is busted. And my guitar's been burnt to a crisp. And to top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which was that? Second guitar.
Ah!
It was your Darian. I thought.
I like that he still finds Apollo attractive, even though that's how he thinks of him.
You are
Screaming
attractive, but
little
just
gremlin.
tone it down a little bit, please.
Oh, okay.
How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that.
Yeah, well,
You what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at?
I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Letou's .45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the suture doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is strong enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur.
Wait.
That's actually a good point, because he's... Oh no, he's not bass, he's second guitar. But either way, it still takes a lot of hand strength to play guitar.
Yeah.
For sure.
You mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? Ah, you're forgetting something.
Yes, Detective Crescend?
I am a trained police officer, you know. I have had firearms training. Well, honestly, not enough of it, but... more than you'd think, or less than you'd think, more than you'd hope.
Yeah.
I am no amateur.
The standard sidearm of to police officers is a 38 caliber weapon, a much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Leto, which suggests there was a struggle between the killer and the victim.
So the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean?
This thought had occurred to me, yes. Do you want your own bus, Judge? We got plenty. I tied him up outside the bus garage.
There's
Well-
a radio. Ooh, I love the radio.
Yeah.
Get to hear my stories.
Does the witness have anything to say to this?
Detective Crescend!
What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up ready for action has to say. Hey, you, attorney. Oh, God. It speaks to me now. Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on a tape that could be anything. And you have an alleged guitar case, an alleged guitar cue missed due to a .45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin, I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager. And that's the obvious truth.
The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it.
Proof of innocence. All right, what have you got, buddy?
Come on, why would I even want to kill the manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. This was that diva's first trip to the country, right? How could I possibly know her manager, let alone want to kill him? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him?
A simple reason indeed, Prosecutor Gavin. Is it the case that Mr. Letou had not been to our country before?
According to our records, yes, not even once. That assumes a lot. Like, well, he hasn't come here, so I guess the International Affairs police agent has no reason to have ever perhaps gone there.
Crazy. I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
Great, now I need to find a motive for a man who is, well, trained to kill people with no motive.
Yep.
Awesome.
Okay, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy, I got no motive. This was the diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know... Maybe that statement? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? How could I possibly know her manager? I wonder if I can present... I can't present profiles here.
Is there
No.
information that has his like Interpol number or
That's
some
what
shit?
I was thinking, is
Or
like...
information?
Oh, let me check this. No, okay.
God, I forgot he was 35.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. But
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Oh, no, that's right. That's just that.
Okay. I can tell you, you're probably not going to piece together what it is because it's a little bit of a leap and it took place a while ago. But this is not the statement.
Okay. Do I have to press something?
No. You can present immediately, just not on the statement.
If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? Is it
No.
is it this? No, the replica? This was the diva's first trip to the country. I got no
Okay,
motive.
here. Now
Okay.
is where... This is the statement where you have to prove a motive. What motive could he possibly have? Like, what motive could he have in any capacity for murder? It doesn't matter if
the
it
only
makes
thing I
sense.
can think of if Darien
Then
was
try it.
smuggling.
Try it.
Yep, then go ahead and try it.
Cocoon.
Chuck it at him from the bus.
Your Honor, take a look at this.
Your Honor.
Egg!
Your Honor, may I offer you a nice egg in this trying time?
Oh, thank you for the piece of candy. Oh!
Oh, no, don't, please, oh God, he's dying. Detective Crescent, ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. What? Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings.
A cocoon? Never seen one of that color.
It is a variety only found in the Republic of Borginia. Nowhere else.
Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with a motive for killing Mr. Letou. Does it?
It sure does. Wait, I mean, I think it does.
Guide, Apollo, you can't do that in front of Darien.
You don't sound so confident, man.
A cocoon. This is one of those silky cocoons.
No.
The kind that you can make, well, silk out of.
No. This cocoon makes a powerful, curative, let's say.
A curative for what?
Apparently, it is most efficacious at treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Borginia.
Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world?
It's probably endangered.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying.
We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from this cocoon. Yet, if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact.
What?
There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite a commotion in the global community. So the media was kept largely underaware. The fake news no.
Oh, God.
Intriguing.
All of this led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export, one rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others.
Interpol.
Right. The victim, Romain Letou, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager, but that is misleading. Romain Letou wasn't killed as a manager, he was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? That what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was gonna sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny? I already have plenty of pretty pennies. Just nothing more.
5
I don't
of
get
them.
paid much. Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Well, I can disprove that. I thought of it.
Perhaps it's time for another testimony about the smuggling of cocoons business.
All right, let's see what you got to say.
International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous, blah blah blah. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in International Affairs, I know the deal.
Indeed.
Let me check. Do we have... Oh, not that. Incuritis. That might be what we're dealing with here.
I was gonna say, that's what it is there for. So, even if it's
Interpol.
not lucrative...
One of these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Letou undercover.
You kids think up the craziest things. But no way am I going to risk life and limb, literally, just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money.
Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted.
According to the reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky.
Very well, you may begin the cross-examination.
This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something, and I have to figure out what.
All right, let me see. Cocoon smuggling. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. I'm in International Affairs. I know the deal. This statement's kind of loose, but is this where I present it?
this is the only thing that directly contradicts what you're going to that is contradicted by what you're going to present.
Yeah.
Because
the Chief Justice would be willing to pay a pretty fucking penny.
And not even just that. Like, even if, fucking, let's just say that the Chief Justice isn't even responsible for it. And someone trying to get in his good graces would probably take that risk.
And it's far less risky if you have one potential client lined up versus trying to find a black market
After
somewhere.
the fact. Yeah.
Why not choose a less dangerous hobby? I know, I would.
Hobby?
I think that was what it said. I don't know.
A less dangerous
Yeah,
buyer.
something.
Buyer, okay. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. Second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye. Please don't call it that. Why sell to a black market buyer?
My butt. I can kiss my butt goodbye.
Like this.
Please, we're adults.
That article, that's about the Chief Justice.
A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, true. But so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease. A cure for incuritis.
God. Ken, good night.
Sorry,
See ya.
I get... It's a horrible disease. It's truly awful, the things it does to people, but it... God, why did they name it that?
I mean, especially now that we know that there is a cure out there. Like, sure, it's a highly controlled one that people don't have access to very well, but, you know,
Your Honor,
it is curable.
I am so sorry to hear about your friend's ailment. Unheal-a-donkalom. I am really...
Should we start calling it curitis? Because there is a cure?
I'm really sorry, Tommy. I'm sorry to have to... Can you sit down? The test results came back. You do have incuritis. No. There's a cure. No, we can get you the... It's got to be imported, but we can get the... There's like a whole process that's got to go through, but...
Yeah, I would like to note that the cocoons themselves are legal to smuggle in, but that says nothing of the actual refined and processed medicine.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But obviously
Like,
Big
it's probably
Pharma
just
has marked it up to like fucking ludicrous prices, and we can't buy it.
Oh, yeah. Plus, it just takes forever to get from Borginia,
exactly.
given that Borginia is under the sea. It takes forever to, like...
The lost city of Borginia.
Yeah.
And you have to be careful, because if any water gets into the cure for incuritis, it will immediately explode. It's
Yes, exactly.
Nuclear strength. This has very
You gotta
illegal.
be so careful.
Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Shows how much he gives a shit about his friend.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god, dude! You know what? No sympathy.
Aha! Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying.
Good for
Coffee
you.
or whatever his name was.
Our witness is a detective. He could have contact with the Chief Justice.
You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband.
Not even to save his own son's life.
But even if the deal went through, why would it be an international scandal?
That's Detective Crescen's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice, not him.
Detective Crescent, is this true?
We should have known all along. He's dressed like a shark because he came back from Borgia.
First I'm a let's just see if I got this right. First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler.
Also, was Borginia being Atlantis an old bit from 3 years ago, or is that new? Who can say?
I don't remember. I don't remember this year, let alone 3 years ago. How many crimes do you try and pin on me anyway?
Distasteful as it is to think about if the Chief Justice were the buyer. Why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller.
Don't let sleeves over there trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your fucking proof? Oh, God. Oh, yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing? Oh, please, do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Borginian Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about cocoons getting out.
Shall we were informed?
Oh my god.
Betsy.
Oh my god.
Beautiful Betsy.
Oh my god.
Beautiful Betsy.
Uh-huh.
Oh my
yeah,
fucking god.
Yeah, uh-huh.
That's so stupid, but so genius. Jesus
That's how you gotta get through it. That's
Yeah.
the stupidest ways.
Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Devious.
Yeah.
Some airship vacuum sealed, and then my guitar mysteriously melted. Oh my fucking god! Oh my god! Ah. 3 years in the making, that penny dropped. Holy shit.
That is quite a spin on that penny.
Let's continue with the cross-examination.
Holy shit.
You're okay, Your Honor? You just kind of freaked out there for a little bit.
Let's see.
There she is. What a looker.
I do just kind of want to look at this for a second.
I mean, she's gorgeous. That's a guitar anyone would want to fuck.
Yeah, you can store lots of stuff in that sound hole.
Oh my god. They're slightly scorched, and then, well, there's this.
It's burned clean through.
Yep, pretty much a useless piece of junk. Hey, Clavier!
It's kind of like you after a trial, Apollo.
Wow!
Which part? Burned clean through or the useless piece of junk?
I'm glad we saw that dialogue.
Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country, no checks.
What is it?
You become a prosecutor.
A prosecutor?
Oh! Clavier just had the same reaction I had earlier. The penny just dropped for him too.
Except Clavier is going to try and jump across that
And start
stand to
strangling
strangle
Darren.
him. How dare you kill my beauty! I love her! He's going to propose after the show!
Oh my god! I don't believe it!
Yeah, well, better get to that, prosecutor. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office?
It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years.
Remember 3 years ago when we started this game, how the joke was that Clavier was in love with Apollo and Apollo didn't care, and then 3 years later, here we are. No, Clavier just fucks his guitars.
I mean, okay. Clavier is in love with Apollo. He only has sex with his guitars, however.
He has a
you
lust
think about
for
it-
his guitars.
A lust for his guitars, but if you think about it, think of Apollo's hair, right? Does that not look kind of like the end of an electric guitar?
No, it doesn't.
No,
No,
not at
it
all.
doesn't. I'm putting my foot down.
Clavier's
Not even a tiny bit.
He's loud. Guitars are loud. Think about it. His buttons, his vest, kind of like strings.
His mouth, big sound hole.
A big sound hole. Lots of sound come out it.
Lightning, come here.
Un guitar befitting of woman like Lamia.
How did it end up here?
I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made un present out of it.
So, this guitar's from Virginia?
That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruin the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lamia's studio.
Oh my god. When you think about it, Apollo Justice is just a couple of letters away from guitar.
Mm-hmm. See?
I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched.
See?
So, did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched?
I'm just saying, he looks like a guitar.
Wait. Your impression of me hurts a little bit, I have to admit. Come on. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Virginia. The back was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was...
Yep. With cocoons this small, it would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia.
Because they would have only need
What?
to snuggle. They would have only need to snuggle with it for a second before the concert. They only would have only need to smuggle out enough to make one cure.
No, that's how the cure works. You just snuggle with the cocoon for a
They
little bit.
snuggle
Boom.
him. Yeah.
Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, did it not?
Work?
Good memory, forehead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front. It is called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort.
Wait, whose flashback is this?
This is
Clavier's.
Okay.
A broken device? Yes, this in fact.
An igniter.
Exactly so. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside of your guitar?
You mean...
He means this, of course.
There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use Picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access? Like a member of the band? York! York!
Order! Yorkter! So the igniter.
Was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems.
It was a safety precaution.
A precaution?
Forehead. At last it all comes together.
Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lemire's ballad, if you would.
First, my keys were stolen. A harmless misdemeanor. Is there just a fucking, like, choir off to the side?
Yes.
Or is it just the VHS tape again on the TV?
No,
be
it's the
adjusting,
CD
but-
player they keep around for playing sick jams.
What's a CD? First, my
We're
keys
using
were
VHS
stolen.
tapes!
A harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to
Or
break the
video.
lock on my guitar case.
The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from your guitar.
I see.
But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then, the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler.
What's that?
Mr. Letou himself.
Mr. Letou was an undercover agent, and he was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So, Mr. Letou tried to examine the guitar himself.
If the cocoon were confiscated then, the gig would be up.
The jig, I'm assuming that was supposed to be, but...
Gig still works.
It works for a musical reference.
Yeah,
fair.
exactly. The concert gig would have been fucking canned. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. It's over. Press the switch now. The guitar burst into flames, and the cocoon was lost. And then Mr. Letou died.
With Lamiel there to witness it.
There's your case. Brilliant, man!
Detective Crescend?
I gotta know. You make all that up on the fly?
For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Darion.
The Republic of Borginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there.
True, you haven't.
Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I add the cocoon in the first place, then, huh?
You clearly had an accomplice. The line was, it's over, press the switch.
It's not so hard to imagine. You had help. A Borginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lemire heard proves it. It's over. Press the switch now. I'm very good at impressions. I'm very proud. I'm going to keep doing them. You made the transmission from backstage.
He's just doing clavier like that to spite him.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, absolutely he is.
Well, your co-conspirator was on stage. There's only one person it could have been.
But who was it?
This is it, the coup de grace. And for once, I actually know what I'm doing. Crazy. There's only one person who could have helped him.
Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then. But be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice?
There's one person it makes sense to be. And, am I right?
We have no connection of Valiant Grammari to Borginia. Also, he was not on stage.
Yes,
And
he
it was also-
He was on stage. He remember, he was the
He
fake.
was on
he was the fake one. He was the fake.
Yeah, but he was kind of busy. Also, it was Lamoroir's team in Borginia who put that away. Also, we have someone who has almost all but admitted that they were a smuggler,
Yeah.
or that they were smuggling in general.
Yeah. Also,
Okay.
I'm pretty sure him being the fake Lemire, considering there were two fake Lemires, pretty sure that was just our fucking goof. I don't think they ever said that he was actually Lemire.
Yes, they did. They did say
I-
that. They definitely said that.
I
that
don't
was,
believe they
that
did.
wasn't a goof we did. That they, like, chat. Can
I
you,
believe
can
that
you
he
confirm
was-
this?
I believe that it was stated that he was specifically used to set up the illusion, not to actually stand in as Lemire.
They said the fake was Valiant himself. I remember them saying that.
I do not
Oh.
believe they did.
Regardless, he's not the smuggler.
It wasn't a goof. They did. Yeah, exactly. Apollo commented on being some illusion. Yeah. Yes.
Oh yeah,
they did say
because
that.
then I said something about
I
his whole
thought that
fucking
was
trip
just in. I thought that was
It's
just in
literally-
reference to how they actually got, how they just used two body doubles to get Lemire out.
Oh yeah.
No. They said it was Valorant himself who was the double.
I do not recall that at all, but sure, okay. And that person is the defendant, Maki Tabaye.
But Mr. Justice, he's your client!
The defense attorney accusing his client, that's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Letou. And I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that crime.
Indeed, the defendant is Borginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice, but what if it was in fact Lemire?
It couldn't have been.
Well, you seem sure of yourself.
The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor.
Electronic signals?
Recall that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless.
Yes, that's true.
Now, think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lemire was in the air vents, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram again. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vents.
Well, looking at this, it seems that Lemire could still have done the deed.
Correct. When the shooter made the transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. Part of the stage was elevated. Prosecutor Gavin and Lemire standing were in there. They were on tower, which happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lemire's position in the air vents.
Ah!
Well, Detective Crescent, what say you to that? Your Honor,
Yes, Detective?
can we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time.
I don't see why not.
What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Too bad, so sad, punk.
What? I'm confused what he's trying to do.
First you were sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo.
What exactly are we supposed to see in this video?
The problem isn't what we see, correct, Darian?
Right, it's what you hear. We are musicians after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the Wii pianist to set off that igniter.
Oh, is
right?
this entire thing gonna be, but there's no break for him to press the button, even though we found it in the piano, and we'll get to that.
Yeah? Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press the switch. Am I right? Okay. Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano? Why is that relevant? I am very smart. I also like just one more time, as you stated, and not only does it show up again, it shows up instantly again.
Yep.
What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounded just fine.
And that's the problem. Man, you still don't get it? Yeah. How's he supposed to hit the switch if he's playing? You got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the Diva.
Your water.
But, according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press the switch.
Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me?
They're so proud of this, Connor. They're
They are.
so proud.
I don't know why.
Jesus Christ. He's just trying to drag someone else down with him at this point. He's not even defending himself.
Yep.
The piano plays non-stop. He couldn't have pressed that switch.
Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire.
I really hope it gives us the point where I can just say,
It's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes, kid.
Apollo, were you wrong?
I can't be wrong.
ever!
Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just...
Strange.
Wait, what is?
No, it's just, something's odd about the performance there.
Odd?
Mr. Justice, if Maki Jabai didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is.
But everything points to it. Every fact says that he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man.
This is infuriating because we all already know and said what it is.
Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire.
Right now, actually. Someone should probably get that. No,
It's
Betsy!
again. It's on fire again. That one was me, because I'm a little mad that he kept throwing me under the bus. But the pianist didn't press that switch.
What I'm confused is, assuming Maki had the switch rigged to play one of the piano's keys, how do you avoid pressing the key the whole time? If it was like a really high or really low note that wasn't in the song normally, he could have just like added it once in there, like something that wouldn't be a note he would play normally, basically. Because remember, he's not blind.
Yeah, or that wouldn't be written into the song. Yeah.
Yeah.
In other words, your whole story is full of holes.
Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion in this matter. Was the defendant Maki Jabai the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you said here. Give it some thought.
Apollo, if Maki's not the accomplice, not the Apollo, then the whole case is ruined.
I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch.
Well, you'd better find a way to prove it.
What do I do? What do I do?
There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd.
Something odd.
sounds odd.
Wait a second.
What? You thought of something?
What was Gavin
Are
saying
you
just
seriously
now?
gonna flashback to the thing you said 5 seconds ago? Holy shit.
Yes.
Strange.
Huh? What's strange? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
What's strange?
It is just something's odd about that performance there.
It's not much to go on, but Fuck, it's all I got.
I think one odd note wouldn't sound too weird. Piano kind of has room for there to be a little bit of discrepancy, and it's just kind of that's fine. It's a little bit jazzy, just like a little.
Yeah,
it's fine. But we can also hear it isolated by the slider.
What exactly did he hear that was odd?
Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this? Can you prove Maki Dabai pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Maki Dabai pressed that switch?
Yes, I can.
I sure can.
I give up.
That's it.
Don't know if you call this proof, per se. But I can prove it was possible.
Then, as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us evidence supporting this. Forehead, you sure about this?
Accept it. There's no evidence, man.
Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice.
On what base do you claim the defendant pressed the switch? I'm right?
Yes.
Yeah. That
The basis
rogue
for
note.
my claim is music, Your Honor.
Music? What about music?
Oh my god. Let's listen to the piano part. Around the time when the switch was to be pressed. Right before the guitar burst into flames.
Can I edit this? Okay, yes, cool. Okay, it does it on its own. Yeah, there's one extra note there. There's one extra key pressed.
I hear a piano being played.
But, doesn't it sound kind of simple?
Simple?
I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Maki could have played that part with one hand? Oh, wait, is that what they're saying?
So
Yeah, it sounds like that it's
we're
one hand.
proving that it is possible. If
Oh,
it was
okay.
rigged, we don't have proof that it was rigged anymore.
We're just proving that's
So
possible.
we now, yes, exactly.
One hand?
You only needed one hand to press that switch. Could have played the piano with the other. Ah, what? So you're some kind of piano savant? No. I never claimed I was. What the fuck do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know! Hey, Trucy!
Yeah, you got something?
Your dad, he's a pianist. Could he...
I mean, that's what it says in the tax documents. Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands.
So sorry, so sad for you. No, not really. What? Oh, that was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you gonna prove whether he played it with one hand or 2? You can't. I admit, it will be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with one hand. How do you know that?
I'm gonna play the piano right now.
The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd, was it? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No way, man.
Well, it seems we've come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand, right before the guitar burst into flames.
Maki was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire. And one section of the song proves it.
It was 4, I think, was the...
Yes, 4 is the piano. Okay, this is where it's supposedly going off. So this isn't where we need to listen. Because we all showed that.
Okay. I'm listening for differences.
Note how each segment ends.
There's extra notes in every segment.
Well, what did you notice about the first one? Note how smooth
Yeah.
it ends and leads into the next one, and how none of the other segments end nearly as clean.
Yeah, so it's the first segment I want to prove.
Yeah, so present the first segment.
That was nice and relaxing.
Right?
The piano is a beautiful instrument.
Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you've realized by now just what it was that sounded odd to you.
As I'm sure you've realized it to yourself, Hair Forehead.
Realized what?
I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the "but a fleeting melody" phrase.
This feels so much more somber without any of the other.
Right?
Just the piano.
Man, how many times do we have to listen to the same old thing?
You're the one who keeps bringing it up, dude.
No, I'm not. Shut up. You're right. Enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we?
Another section.
The guitar burst into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spots in the first verse. Pay attention to "Oh, that night in your embrace."
Yeah, there's extra notes that connect the two verses.
Play verse 2 again?
Oh my god.
But wait, do you really? Oh my god, dude. Dude. There, did you hear it?
They feel the same, true, but they're clearly very different.
What? Nah, you joke. Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use two hands to play that for sure.
Ah.
What's that prove? I would think you'd know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the two verses, different arrangement. Happens all the time.
We're wildly unprofessional.
Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that the piano would stay in the background.
Oh.
It's called the Guitar Serenade. It's not about the piano I want to fuck, it's about the guitar I want to fuck. That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself.
Now ask yourself why Maki changed how he played. And sadly, there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. Oh god, my throat.
Yeah, you're gonna need a lozenge after this.
Oh god.
I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, quite. Though personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment.
What? No comeback? I can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him the fuck up.
Very well. Barring objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on the matter.
Good show, Sleeves. No, great show, really. I'm back to Sleeves. I don't like it when he looks
Work your way
so...
up.
Well, honestly, I just don't like it when he looks... You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing.
Personally, I'm terribly disappointed in you, Air Forehead.
Oh, God. Not that I care, but why?
Don't get me wrong, your case is solid, the facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence!
Yes, but every single fact of the case. Anyone can see it was him.
Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. It's a kind of fucked up system when you think about it. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it.
Oh, God damn it.
1,000 facts may point to the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's a rule under our current legal system.
Okay, first off, bullshit. Every single trial that you have proceeded, you have been prepared to execute somebody without proof. Second off, fuck you.
Yeah.
It's a new rule. We realized that was bad, and so we went the other extreme. It works, right? Great.
And third off, I quit.
I'm trying to think if we have decisive evidence.
You know what? Fuck it. I am gonna join the Right Anything Talent Agency. Let's juggle. Let's just fucking juggle.
It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present.
I think if he did, we would have already seen it long ways back.
It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation.
Gah. Fuck the legal system. The truth is staring you all right in the face. Why can't you see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals?
Word.
Apollo, remember what Daddy said?
Oh, this is her flashback.
It will be
Wait.
easy proving he did it.
I was really hoping that you were just going to be
Especially not
Goku.
under a current court system.
Bye, son.
Marina.
This is Brucey's view of Apollo.
So what do I do?
Like I said, good luck.
We have 30 minutes, so we gotta get through this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And be aware that it'll be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. These two voices are very different, and it's bad if I mix them up. Oh! Every man has an igniter inside him. Remember, Jersey. Find Darren Krishnender's igniter. Set it off for me.
So we just need to get him to confess.
I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter.
I think he just meant a weak spot, no?
Someone's calling me. It's not important though.
Yeah, I got a call earlier too. Ignored it. The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. We need a gender reveal.
Ooh.
I won't be able to press him further by conventional means.
I'm trying to think. What gets him fucking riled up? Talking about how bad his playing was?
Just write it out. Just write it out. We do not have time. I've got to find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal.
Light his igniter. He'll blow
So,
up.
can I get back to work now, or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with this deadweight attorney.
Well, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go.
Every man has an igniter. Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin?
Ah, yes. Good guitars are kept dry, as that provides the best sound.
Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage, no? Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? What? Fighting time, Justice. If you blow this one, you'll be out of your hands for good.
Go for it, Apollo.
Alright, where is he going with this?
What, and this igniter's supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney.
All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry, and I intend to hear this run out through the very end. Air Forehead, you are accusing this man, Darian Crescent, of two crimes. The murder of Mr. Letou and the smuggling of a Borginian cocoon.
Just real quick, if you hear running around, Cloud and Jungo are fighting.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
They're play fighting, it's
Play
fine.
fighting, yeah.
Yeah.
This is your last chance to prove your case.
The trial has already run on for far too long.
I agree.
Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turned out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent.
Okay, this is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darian Crescent's plan is... Okay,
Wait.
we don't have any
Oh!
evidence.
Yeah, what we can call, oh my god, what is his name?
Aki?
Yeah. Couldn't we call him to the stand?
Yeah.
Call a witness.
Yeah.
Well, that
because
witness-
Darian was like, no, don't talk to him, don't talk to him.
Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. So what is? It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else.
You'll mean a witness. Call Phoenix.
Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person that can prove Darren Crescen's guilt?
Me!
Maki Tabai. This trial is over if you get it wrong. It does like 5% health.
Yup.
That's 20%. The one person who could prove Darren Crescen's guilt is the defendant, Maki Tabaye.
Your client again?
Maki Tabaye was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darren Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case.
How so?
It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Letou was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Borginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burned cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would, no doubt, also find inside the burnt out guitar.
Ah, very scientific of you.
Thus, if Maki Tabaye acknowledges his agreement with Darien Crescend concerning the attempted smuggling of a Borginian cocoon, the case is solved.
Darian's laughing again.
Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. And why is that? Little Key Tickler won't acknowledge anything, especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling.
What's all this about?
Taking a cocoon out of the country means death by Borginian law.
Aw.
Yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide.
The alternative would also be death by hanging.
Sir.
Believe me, he's not talking... Oh, but you're wrong, Detective Crescend. What? It's the other way around. If Maki doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble.
Because at
Huh?
least that way he could
Ow.
stay here.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, if Maki admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Borginia.
And they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Borginian cocoon.
Yeah, but... But if Maki doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Borginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not gonna find him guilty of murder here, not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Maki Tabaye. The cocoon smuggling your entire plan. Maki Tabaye knows everything. There's only one way out for him. And that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace. A hidden mansion? Real nice.
My secret
What?
mansion.
You want a house made of cookies? Or, no, a house made out of pianos.
What?
Come on. Please. Don't take... The dog!
Damn. Fuck you!
God, Clavier, son.
What?
There
I've got
we
to
go.
learn guitar now that I don't have a guitarist.
I consider that my last session with you. We rocked.
I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession.
Oh, he's laughing again.
Yeah, there's kind of sick desperation in it now, though.
Well, have you been listening to today's trial?
Yes.
And you'll talk? You'll tell the court everything?
I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime.
Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now.
I knew from beginning, I knew.
Maki?
Situation I cannot explain, but money I needed. Very much money.
Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule. However,
It has become apparent not all things can be tried by the standard.
should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Makitabai,
Yes.
I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current changes for the charges for the murder of Mr. Letou, this court is prepared to announce a verdict.
Oh,
I thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth.
You're a little cutie.
That's our
Little smuggling
job.
cute.
Very well. This court finds the defendant, Makitabai, not guilty of
Guilty
murder.
of that particular crime.
Okay, first off, he is a minor. Second off, smuggling. He is
Exactly.
going to get like a slap on the wrist at best.
And
course
like
it's
maybe
right.
his mom was dying or some fucking
yeah,
shit. and he
yeah.
needed money.
Maybe he was coerced into it.
Maybe he was in with the Borginian mob and like he could get like a deal to be able to put them in prison.
God damn.
I wonder what'll happen to Maki.
Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia. I guess there'll be another trial here.
All's well that ends well.
Oh, god damn it, you're here.
Daddy! I owe you both my thanks.
Oh, Lemire.
My, is something wrong?
Sorry, Maki was your partner on stage, your friend.
Yes, I thought of him as my own son.
But now he's dead to me.
Even now I do. Yet, something got a hold of him. Something evil. I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be?
I'm still sorry.
Do not be sorry. You have given me courage.
Courage?
I'm considering an eye operation.
Oh. Also, take care. Thank you for sticking around. Take care, Congus. See you around.
Yay.
It was my suggestion, actually. Mine.
Nobody cares.
You mean you'll be able to see again?
It's funny, I've always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving.
According to the doctor, Lamiere lost her sight due to some kind of accident.
Okay, an accident.
As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared.
You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth.
If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting.
Painting, huh?
Well, I'm already famous for it, I guess.
That's right. She's the landscape painter in sound after all.
I will paint the two of you. I promise.
What if it's super shitty? Oh,
Let's start somewhere. Woohoo! I can't wait.
I owe you my thanks too, Apollo.
I do not want it. I do not want it, sir.
Well, you reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is.
Right, your secret mission that totally exists.
Apollo, Juicy, I hope that we will meet again someday soon.
So is Apollo not going to defend Maki? I'll leave it to some fucking
It's not murder.
city-appointed
You
lawyer.
bet. Me too.
I mean, if he does, we don't play it, but we can assume
Yeah.
that he does other cases on the side.
Yeah.
And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on. Until it came to an end, anyway. Thanks to that trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad,
Have them catch the killer at the end.
The end. I am now going to end all of my songs with, and then the killer gets caught. All of them.
and now the final trial, which we will begin immediately.
Right now. No, dear God, no.
God, no. God, no.
We'll start soon.
Holy shit, that was a long ass stream. But we
Yeah.
did it. It took us three years, but we finally fucking.
That was nothing. That was nothing. You can't forget Rise from the Ashes, all right?
That's
Exactly.
fair. Still, 4 hours later, we did it, everyone. Thank you all so much for watching. All right, Marina has to go. I have to pee. Austin needs some food. We all gotta fucking bounce.
I'm only dying. It's fine.
Thank you all so much for watching
Talk to you all later.
and sticking with us. We will start the next trial. We're probably gonna take a bit of a break. Not as long as we did last time. Not another 3 years, but a bit of a break.
Yeah,
And
we shall
then-
see. I have more time than I thought before I would even consider another surgery due to circumstances. My test was done incorrectly. I don't know if I told either of you that.
God.
I didn't know that.
yet.
Oh my god.
Yeah, my test was done incorrectly. I don't have another one scheduled, but I have an appointment on the 24th. Anyway.
I
All
hate
right.
people.
Take care, everyone. We'll see you when we see ya.
Yeah.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Boy.